Speaker.
Introductions by members. Member for the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm delighted to introduce three people who are in the gallery right now. Our incredible Chief of Staff, Maeve Maguire, is here, and more importantly, her parents, Patrick and Maura Maguire, are with her. And while they're here, and I can say it in person, we could not be more fiercely proud of Maeve and having her as our Chief of Staff. She is an incredible leader, and she has done amazing work for our team and our caucus.
Member for Langley.
Hi, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to introduce a core part of the Advanced Education and Skills Training team, Tony Logren, the Associate Deputy Minister for Governance and Corporate Planning in the ministry, who's done some really fantastic work and who's been, a core part of putting together a new program for skilled trade certification.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have a series of motions. Honourable Speaker, I've got the honour to present the report of the Special Committee of Selection for the third session of the 42nd Parliament. And I move that the report be taken and read as received.
The member's question is that the report be taken as read and received. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion to adopt the report.
Is leave granted? Leave was not granted. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that I move that the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services be empowered, and I can read the whole thing, but I know members have the House leaders have the issue. So I move that the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services be empowered to sit and do all the work that is required to do, as is contained in the motion.
Shall leave be granted? Aye. So moved. Proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
And the question on the motion, all in favour?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that I move that all reports of the Auditor General of British Columbia transmitted to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly be deemed referred to the Select Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Again, the motion is in place with the opposition, and I would ask for approval.
Shall it be granted? Thank you. The motion you have heard. All those in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. By leave, I move that the Select Standing Committee on Children and Youth be empowered to foster greatest awareness and understanding amongst legislators and the public of the BC child welfare system, including the specific needs of Indigenous children, youth, families and committees, and in particular to the outlined motion that the opposition parties have been given a copy of.
Shall it be granted? The motion that you heard, all those in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that when the House next adjourns after the adoption of this motion, it do stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued second reading debate Bill 4.
Member for Surrey Fleetwood.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, once again. I'm really pleased to stand up in this House today to support Bill 4's Skilled Trades BC Amendment Act, introduced by our government in this House last week. This new legislation will establish a made-in-BC system to support and train apprentices and modernize the Crown agency responsible for trades training. The Act lays the foundation to address labour shortages and support and recognize the critical work that skilled trade people do in British Columbia. Last week, Mr. Speaker, we introduced the labour market outlook, which forecasts job opening over the next 10 years. And BC continued to lead Canada's economic recovery with 100,000 jobs added in 2021. BC's economy, Madam Speaker, is strong and forecasts show that it will continue to grow. In the next decade, Madam Speaker, we are expecting a wide range of job openings in various occupations. Almost 80% of these openings will require some form of post-secondary education. In the trade alone, Madam Speaker, we expect 85,000 job openings, with more workers retiring than entering trade occupations. There are so many opportunities for meaningful work in BC. Trade people are critical to BC's economic growth, especially during the COVID-19 recovery. These are people building our homes, our bridges, our hospitals, and our schools. Trade people, Madam Speaker, fix our cars, keep our lights on, and our water flowing. And they deserve better. We want tradespeople to count on having good family-supporting, steady work by ensuring they have the certified skills they need to be first in line for these job openings. That's why this government, Madam Speaker, is taking strong steps to modernize BC's trades training system and set a new vision for the future. We have a rare opportunity to create a lasting legacy for our trades training system that puts workers first, and we build a strong, more sustainable and inclusive economy and respond to the challenges of COVID-19 recovery. This vision, Madam Speaker, begins with the new legislation and new focused Crown agency. The Skilled Trades BC Act, Madam Speaker, will lay the foundation to support and recognize the critical role skilled trades people play in our communities and economy by establishing skilled trade certification for 10 initial trades. 10 initial trades. And this will require people to register as an apprentice or be a certified journey person. And it is shocking, Madam Speaker, in 2003, the requirement for BC skilled trades certification was eliminated by BC Liberals, making BC the only province without this requirement, Madam Speaker. That was their plan, and that is not our plan, Madam Speaker. BC is the only province without mandatory skilled trades certification requirements. And that means that there are thousands of uncertified workers practicing a trade with no formal recognition of their skills and knowledge levels. These workers, Madam Speaker, are often paid less and have lower rates of employment stability and mobility, making it harder to support their families. This is particularly true, Madam Speaker, for those in underrepresented or equity-seeking groups. With so many experienced trade workers expected to retire, we need to make sure that there are enough qualified journey persons to train the future trade workforce and keep our economy strong. Skilled trades certification will do that, Madam Speaker, by making sure workers are credentialed at the highest possible level, skill level, and to earn the best possible wages and be more resilient in an evolving economy, breaking down the barriers that keep underrepresented and equity-seeking groups from accessing good-paying jobs, shifting the conversation so that trades are recognized as the critical, prestigious, and valued career that they are in our society to attract young people. This government, Madam Speaker, is finally bringing our province back in line with the rest of Canada. The skills of thousands of British Columbians trade workers will now be recognized and valued as much as teachers, nurses, and other certified professionals. The Skilled Trades BC Act will replace the outdated Industry Training Authority Act, Madam Speaker, and continue the Crown Agency responsibility for apprenticeship training, which will be renamed from the Industry Training Authority to Skilled Trades BC. This renewed vision, Madam Speaker, of Skilled Trade BC reflect the expanded responsibilities to oversee skilled trade certification. The Act will also, Madam Speaker, introduce journey persons to apprentice ratio to ensure apprentices have access to supervision from a qualified journey person. This Act, Madam Speaker, will establish a fair and transparent compliance model to ensure requirements are applied consistently and employers know they are working on a level playing field. These legislative changes, Madam Speaker, will ensure BC has one of the best trade training systems in the country. It will do that by investing in additional apprenticeship advisors to provide hands-on guidance to apprentices and employer sponsors, by investing $5 million so that more trades workers can start an apprenticeship or upgrade their skills at a recognized post-secondary institution, by ensuring apprentices and trade students have the most up-to-date facilities in which to train, by providing opportunities for over 7,500 high school students to discover, explore, and train and work in trades, by increasing the successful participation of women, Indigenous people, and underrepresented groups in the trades. And since 2018, Madam Speaker, our government has invested nearly $85 million to help build new or upgrade existing trade centers, and over $17 million in industry standard training equipment, with more investment to come. And now is the time, Madam Speaker, to ensure the trades workforce has the knowledge and skills to embrace innovation and diversity while staying resilient in the face of rapid change, so that they can reap the benefits of changing economy. This legislation gives trade workers the recognition they deserve. There are good-paying, stable jobs. These are good-paying, stable jobs that support families and communities. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to the member of the official opposition with interest. And one of the concerns they have raised time and again is the red tape. Now, red tape, of course, is different than red seal. Red seal is a certification for a trade person for a better future. And red tape is a bad thing. And Madam Speaker, I just want to mention here, so that the member know about this, the member of the official opposition, when they were on this side, they introduced a new rule in BC, and the rule was, if you want to build your own house, you need to pass a test and have a certification to build your own house. But on the other hand, Madam Speaker, the people who actually build the house, the trade people, many of them, they don't need any certification. So just to be clear, you want to build your own house, you need a certification. You have to go through a lengthy test. But the people who are actually going to build the house don't need certification. That is red tape. That is clearly red tape for people who want to build their own house. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that this new legislation, Skilled Trade BC Amendment Act, makes skilled trades certification a requirement, and it provides support and resources to skilled trade people for better training to ensure workers are credentialed at a highest possible skill level. This is the purpose of this bill, Madam Speaker. So when we call someone to our house to repair something, we want to make sure that the trade person is certified and have highest possible skill level, because we believe that certification means better skill set, and better service. We are now debating this bill, Madam Speaker. The difference between us, the member of the government side, and them, the member of the official opposition, on this important bill is as follows. First, BC is the only province without mandatory skilled trades certification requirement. And we want to make it a requirement that trade people be certified at the highest possible skill level, and that is our proposal in this bill, Madam Speaker. BC Liberals, on the other side, Madam Speaker, eliminated the requirement of skilled trade certification in 2003, and they want no skilled trades certification moving forward. That's the difference. Second, number two, we are breaking barriers that keep underrepresented and equity-seeking groups from accessing good-paying trade jobs. BC Liberals don't support breaking down those barriers that open opportunities to underrepresented groups. Number three, we are shifting the dialogue, Madam Speaker, so that trades are recognized as the important, prestigious, and valued careers that they are in our society to attract young people. BC Liberals are not interested in this shift, and they don't want to support skilled trade as valued career in our society to attract young people. Come on, really? People are the best judge. People are listening. people are listening to both sides. Of course, people will judge about this. So people will judge, do you want a skilled trade certified worker fixing things in your house, or do you want a non-certified person? That's the debate people going on here. And Madam, I'm very proud. I'm very proud to support this bill moving forward. And because this is the future of this province, this is the future of the young people of this province, and this is a good thing for the people of British Columbia. So I'm proud to support this bill.
Thank you, member. Seeing no further speakers, does the minister wish to close debate?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the members' comments on this important piece of legislation and enjoyed hearing from all members across the House. So firstly, I appreciate members of the House are interested in the costs associated with the legislation. However, I would like to remind that the members that we are not able to give details until after the budget is released next week. I look forward to discussing this topic more during the estimates debates. I am encouraged to hear that we all share a commitment to getting British Columbians the skills they need to be first in line for the jobs in our growing economy, to ensuring we are keeping our workers and members of the public safe and increasing opportunities for women and for Indigenous people to participate in high-paying trades careers. However, it does concern me that the members opposite are not interested in ensuring that our trades workers are paid equal to their value. Evidence shows that workers who have received training and hold certification have access to higher paying jobs. I would also like to remind the members that 80% of an apprentice training is completed on the job, under the close supervision of a qualified journey person. We don't want our trades workers to be paid better wages and receive on-the-job training from a don't we want our trades workers to be paid better wages and receive on-the-job training from a qualified supervisor instead of being left on their own to train by themselves? I know that we all do. And that's why this legislation is putting apprentices and trades workers at the center and moving our trades training system into the future. This legislation will bring us in line with other jurisdictions and ensure our trades workers are recognized for the skills and their achievements. As outlined in the What We Have Heard reports available online, we spent the summer hearing directly from the groups representing industries and workers, apprentices, women, Indigenous peoples, and young people. We repeatedly heard that workers and employers both stand to benefit from the introduction of skilled trade certification and a highly skilled trades workforce. We also heard that access to training is imperative to completing certification, and we agree. That is why just last Friday, we announced an addition of $5 million investment so that more trade students can start an apprenticeship or update their skills at training institutions close to home in every region of the province. Since 2018, we have invested nearly $85 million to ensure our trade students are learning the most up-to-date and relevant equipment and facilities. And just today, this morning, we announced an additional $136.6 million investment to build a new state-of-the-art trade and technology complex at BCIT. Yeah. The complex will be a hub for skills training and include 4 new buildings, benefiting more than 12,000 full and part-time students per year in more than 20 trades and technology programs. Having the right skills gained through quality training and certification ensures our trades workers will earn higher wages, the public will have confidence in high-quality service delivery, and employers will benefit from a workforce credentialed at the highest possible skill level to meet the future demands of a strong, inclusive, and sustainable economy. With that, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the committee phase of the bill, and I move second reading.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill 4, Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Nay. The motion is carried.
On division.
Jennifer. That's good.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 4 be referred to a committee of the whole to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you've heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Thank you. Acting Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I call Bill 5, Workers' Compensation Amendment Act 2022, for second reading.
Recognizing the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is, Minister, Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 5 be read a second time now. Madam Speaker, as a Minister of Labour, my commitment always has been, and the commitment of this government, that the health and safety of workers in British Columbia and support for injured workers and their families to be my #1 priority. And my goal is to ensure that the workplaces in British Columbia are the safest in the country. That's why it is critical that every worker who goes to work in the morning returns home safe and healthy. And I do not just mean injury in a physical manner. I'm also talking about safe from exposure to hazardous and dangerous materials at their workplaces. Exposures that may lead over time to serious illness and death. This is the situation that Bill 5, the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act 2022, addresses. These amendments provide important and direct actions to safeguard workers and, in many circumstances, homeowners and general public against the dangers of exposure to asbestos and asbestos-containing materials. In short, the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act 2022 is about action to improve workers' health and safety. Madam Speaker, although the use and installation of asbestos-containing materials in residential and commercial buildings have been banned in Canada since 1990, but asbestos continue to be #1 workers' killers in BC. Asbestos is a naturally occurring mineral composed of flexible fibers that are resistant to heat, electricity, and corrosion. Asbestos was widely used in construction as an effective insulator, and it can be added to cloth, paper, cement, plastic, and other material that make them stronger. When asbestos dust is inhaled or ingested, the fibers can become permanently trapped in the body. Over decades, trapped asbestos fibers can cause inflammation and scarring, and at their worst, can cause cancer and other health conditions. The carcinogenic quality of the minerals are what makes asbestos so dangerous. Asbestos-related illnesses are the leading cause of work-related deaths in the province. Workers and contractors performing asbestos abatement work continue to be at risk for future illness and deaths because some contractors do not take all necessary steps to ensure the safety of their workers. And this is the case many years after the product was banned, as buildings get renovated and demolished and the fibers get disturbed. But put things in perspective, Madam Speaker. Asbestos-related deaths accounted for 38% of all occupational disease and traumatic workplace fatalities from 2017 to 2021. A total of 280 deaths out of 741 workplace fatalities. Think about this. 280 out of total of 741 deaths that the WCB handled in the last 5 years came from the exposure of asbestos. That happened years ago. And then, Madam Speaker, year by year, I will give you a little breakdown. 70 out of 158 work-related deaths were due to asbestos-related illness in 2017. 46 out of 131 work-related deaths in 2018. 60 out of 140 work-related deaths in 2019. 51 out of 151 work-related deaths in 2020, and 53 out of 161 work-related deaths in 2021. These fatalities are heavily concentrated in the general construction sector and in occupations directly engaged in asbestos abatement process. Madam Speaker, these are truly disturbing numbers that reflect directly on the lives of those workers and their co-workers, families, and loved ones. Such tragedies are completely unacceptable and must be addressed. Asbestos remains present in products and buildings manufactured or built before 1990, including drywall, floor tiles, insulation, fireproofing material, and automotive brake linings. Anyone undertaking renovation, demolition, or repair work when such products are present runs the risk of exposure to hazardous asbestos fibers. For buildings built before 1990, the key to protecting everyone's health and safety is to undertake proper asbestos abatement work, which involves identifying asbestos-containing materials and having them safely removed and disposed of prior to renovating or demolishing the building. Asbestos abatement work may be performed by the building owner and its employees or by contractor who are in business of carrying out asbestos abatement work for clients. In all cases, it is critical that the work be performed safely and properly, not only to protect the health and safety who perform the work directly, but also to protect others who may work, live, or simply be near where asbestos is located. As I indicated, it is completely unacceptable that the workers and contractors performing asbestos abatement work continue to be at risk for future illness and deaths. This is especially true in 2022, when there is a full knowledge and documentation of the dangers of asbestos exposure. The diseases and fatalities that asbestos exposure cause are not up for debate. It is fact, not speculation. And this government is making it clear that it will no longer tolerate non-compliant and unsafe behavior in the asbestos abatement industry that put the health and safety of workers at risk. It is important to note, Madam Speaker, that like other industry sectors in British Columbia, many owners, employers, contractors, and other participants in the asbestos abatement industry value their workers and the workplace safety. They recognize the hazards of material they are handling and follow all the rules and regulations to ensure workers and others are protected from asbestos dust and fiber. This involves purchasing the appropriate abatement and safety equipment and using it properly, thoroughly training and educating their workers on the hazards of asbestos and the necessary safety procedures. I would like to take the opportunity to extend my thanks and gratitude to those responsible asbestos abatement contractors who have taken all the actions required of them to protect their workers and public. I recognize that this work can be very challenging, difficult, and precise, and I applaud all those who undertake this work properly and safely. I also want to acknowledge the work that WorkSafe BC has done, from inspections to enforcement, to create a very creative advertising campaigns to raise the awareness of the dangers of asbestos, including public and homeowners. However, Madam Speaker, serious problems exist with a significant number of non-compliant contractors in BC's asbestos abatement industry. Despite WorkSafe BC asbestos regulations education programs, and enforcement actions, WorkSafe BC frequently uncovers very high level of non-compliance with the regulations, unsafe practices that put worker and public at risk, and obstinate and endangering attitudes. Problems encountered include contractors allowing workers to perform renovations and demolition work without ensuring that proper asbestos surveys and testing are undertaken, not making workers aware of the dangers or not training them to do asbestos abatement work safely, permitting workers to disturb or remove asbestos material without personal protective equipment or other required safety precautions and equipment being in place, endangering people living in the immediate area of the project through unsafe procedures, and illegally or improperly packaging or containing the asbestos material for transport and dumping. Contractors and employers who deliberately flout WorkSafe BC regulations and orders for safe asbestos abatement are primarily driven by a negligent workplace culture that associate non-compliant with financial gain. Much of the asbestos abatement work is precarious in nature, and it is often performed by workers who are marginalized by reason of age, culture, or race, and are therefore susceptible to abuse and endangerment by their employer. A direct result of this negative workplace culture is to discount the workplace hazards and to cut corners and put people at risk. Madam Speaker, the money that these contractors save by not taking the appropriate safety measures allows them to undercut those contractors that take workplace health and safety seriously. Two things. One is to protect the workers' health and safety, no doubt. Also, to support those contractors that take workplace health and safety seriously, who are being undercut by these fly-by-night contractors who do not care about workers' health and safety. And currently, there's no way for building owners and homeowners to know who the reputable and safe contractors are. In summary, in too many cases, the highly hazardous nature of asbestos is not properly taken into account in carrying out asbestos abatement work, thereby placing workers and members of the general public at risk. Bill 5 directly acts to address this critical workers' health and safety issue. The proposed legislation will amend the Workers' Compensation Act to protect the health and safety of workers and others from hazards of asbestos. Specifically, Bill 5 establishes a new requirement that employers who are asbestos abatement contractors be licensed to operate in British Columbia. Second, it provides the authority to WorkSafe BC to create a mandatory safety training program for workers and contractors who perform asbestos abatement work. These changes are necessary to address the systemic non-compliance and inadequate safety training in the asbestos abatement industry. When combined with WorkSafe BC's existing regulations and education and enforcement programs, the proposed licensing and safety training requirement will support a regulatory framework that is better aligned to the highly hazardous nature of asbestos abatement work and will help ensure that the work is performed safely and in accordance with the law. It is also my hope that over time, serious illness and death can be significantly reduced or eliminated, creating safer workplaces and culture and commitment to the safe handling of asbestos. Madam Speaker, as background to this legislation, since 2017, a cross-ministry asbestos working group has been working to identify, review, and report on outstanding risks that asbestos poses for people and environment, and to propose strategies and initiatives to address those risks. The working group issued a report in 2018 that contained 16 recommendations. A pivotal recommendation flowing from the report was the recommendation to establish the licensing and training requirement. Key findings of the working group concerning asbestos exposure and workers include that some employers were failing to take basic precautions to keep their workers safe. Workers lacked basic awareness about the risks and lacked access to training about these risks and how to keep themselves safe. And workplace cultures within the industry underestimate the risk associated with asbestos. The licensing and training requirement contained in Bill 5 will play a key role in addressing some of those broader issues involving asbestos. As work towards implementing this legislation proceeds, members of the public will also see development on these other measures and the benefits that will flow from them. The licensing provision in Bill 5 provide that asbestos abatement contract must not carry out asbestos abatement work unless they hold a license issued by WorkSafe BC. Following the bringing into force of this legislation, the asbestos abatement contractor will be required to acquire and hold the license to carry out asbestos abatement work in BC. Unlicensed contractors will be prohibited from performing asbestos abatement work in this province, and that will include contractors who lose their license to perform this work for failing to comply with the law. Bill 5 establishes a requirement that WorkSafe BC create a public registry of licensed contractors. This will support the legislation's objective by letting the public know which asbestos abatement contractor are in good standing when deciding which contractor to engage. Bill 5 also promotes safe practice by self-employed asbestos abatement operators who are independent operators that carry out asbestos abatement work as a business. Madam Speaker, as many British Columbians may have seen in the media reports over the past few years, there have been instances over the last number of years in which WorkSafe BC was found itself engaged in a constant game of cat and mouse with some willful, non-compliant asbestos abatement contractors. If in these instances, after WorkSafe BC shuts down the current asbestos abatement company, a non-compliant contractor can reopen next day under a new name. This licensing requirement will enable WorkSafe BC to refuse a license to those with a history of non-compliance, including those who try to get a license under a new business name. WorkSafe BC can also suspend or cancel a license when a contractor acts unsafely or illegally, curtailing the right of the person to carry out asbestos abatement work in BC. The intent of the licensing program is to permit WorkSafe BC to remove non-compliant contractors from the industry quickly when necessary in comparison to the time it may take the courts to issue injunction currently. Madam Speaker, with the licensing requirement provided for in this bill, British Columbia will be unique among other Canadian jurisdictions, given that no other Canadian jurisdiction has taken this step to ensure the safe abatement of asbestos-containing materials. The second key component of Bill 5 provides WorkSafe BC with the legislative authority to approve safety training developed by others or by WorkSafe BC, and to approve certificates for individuals who successfully complete the safety training. One of the most effective ways to combat the hazards of asbestos is to be trained on the hazards of this dangerous material and how to perform asbestos abatement work safely. With the changes in Bill 5, WorkSafe BC will oversee the development of certified training program for workers, employers, and independent operators who perform asbestos abatement work in British Columbia. This will support the health and safety of these individuals and save lives. Following passage of this legislation and after WorkSafe BC has undertaken the work to establish an asbestos safety training and certification regime, it will be a condition of the license that the licensed contractor may not employ a worker other than a certified worker for the purpose of carrying out asbestos abatement work. Once this important legislation receives royal assent. WorkSafe BC will begin work immediately to develop the necessary regulations, policies, and programs to implement the licensing and training requirements. This includes consulting with impacted groups for their input, including workers, employers, contractors, and trainers. WorkSafe BC will require time that is necessary to design and develop a successful program, but will do it quickly as possible to have these important programs in place as early as later this year to protect workers and others. The Ministry of Labor will also continue to engage with industry and other impacted ministries on the broader action plan in light of new licensing and certification requirements. Madam Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to inform the House that government undertook substantial consultation with those who have an interest in safe asbestos abatement work, including representatives of employer, workers, businesses, housing management, and local governments. The feedback and input that government received throughout the consultation and public engagement proved very valuable and insightful. There was very strong support from stakeholders groups and almost all survey respondents for both the licensing of asbestos abatement contractors and the certification and training requirement. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to taking the action necessary to improve the occupational health and safety of workers in British Columbia. Bill 5 is vitally important to safeguard the health of workers and work toward eliminating asbestos-related illness and deaths in British Columbia. It will also help to keep homeowners and general public safe. As I have stated before in this House and in my other duties as Minister of Labor, workplace safety is everyone's responsibility. It is the responsibility of employers, supervisors, workers, government, all of the members of the Legislative Assembly, and WorkSafe BC. I ask all members of this Legislative Assembly to join with me and this government and support these important legislative initiatives. Madam Speaker, I cannot emphasize enough the dangers of asbestos are fact. We know it is #1 killer of workers at workplaces. We know that there are many workers out there who do not realize the real dangers of asbestos when they are handling asbestos abatement work. We know there are so many good operators who take care of their workers and care about their health and safety. And they take all precautions and follow the regulations. But there are few. I must say, unfortunately, we've seen it in the last few years in the media. WCB, under the current tools that they have, will go after those bad characters, shut them down today, but they reopen their company tomorrow under a different name. With the changes we are proposing under Bill 5, requirement of license to be asbestos abatement contractor will go a long ways in removing those difficulties that WCB has. And more importantly, having workers to go through mandatory training, knowing the risks of asbestos, knowing that this substance will kill you if you're not protecting yourself over time, will save lives. So I urge all of you to support these initiatives, and I do look forward to debate on this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome. My first time to welcome you to your new role, and looking forward to it. I'm happy to rise to speak to Bill 5, and in fact, most of what I was going to say aligns the dates and the timelines and the data aligns with what the minister had to say. And that's a good thing, but it's also an unfortunate thing, because I'm going to point out a few things with this bill. revolving around a lot of the information that the minister said, and I don't dispute the information that he said. As I say, I came to the same conclusions. So I think it's important to look at the timelines, because as we've seen all too often over the last 5 years with the government, there's the good words that get said, but there's a lack of timely action, of moving forward quickly, of actioning things of critical import. That is, I guess, unless you're signing off on a decision note around FOI fees, and then that can move at lightning speed. But when it comes to workers' health and safety, by the minister's own acknowledgement, the cross-ministry working group that was actually started by the now leader of the opposition when she was the minister in charge back in 2017, provided their feedback to this government in 2018, 4 years ago. 4 years ago, and as the minister rightly points out, every day matters with asbestos exposure. Now, over those 4 years, I'm not going to suggest that those 40%, almost 40% of all workplace deaths that are attributed to asbestos would have been stopped, because as the minister also rightly points out, it's a long-term exposure and takes years to manifest itself. But we have 4 years worth of workers that have been exposed to asbestos by those bad actor operators that the minister talked about. Those people have been now exposed for 4 years longer than they needed to be because of the delay of bringing forward the recommendations that were presented to this government in 2018. Those families, those workers, I think rightly so, should be asking themselves why a government that purports to worry that much about workplace safety would take 4 years to bring forward what's in place in other provinces. Now, all provinces needed to start to react in around 2016 when the federal government made their indications around asbestos and its use known. And that's why 2018 was a target date, because of what was happening federally. There are training programs in place in other provinces. In fact, that's what this is modeled on. Why that took 4 years. 4 years of workers being unwittingly exposed to asbestos is not acceptable. There should have been more of an emphasis, more priority placed on this by this minister to move this forward with all speed possible. Now, I recognize and I fully acknowledge that the registry piece of this bill, the registry piece that the actual contracting company will need to register and be easier to track so they can't flip and alternate companies, that doesn't exist. So that's a good addition. That might have taken a little bit more time. But we should have been protecting and training the workers for that 4 years in the meantime. They at least would have been protected. Yes, we would have still had bad actor contractors out there flipping their company names, but the workers themselves would have been certified and trained properly. They would have known what they were looking for on the work site to be able to operate safely, to prevent future death, future medical issues, future harm. And asbestos exposure leads to very, very serious, and as we've heard, death, but painful as well. Very hard on families to watch a loved one have to struggle and go through that. So although I don't take issue with this coming forward, and we will be supporting the legislation, we're not doing our jobs if we don't point out that there seems to be a lack of prioritization within government when it comes to things that are truly life and death. And where the prioritization of moving things forward to this chamber to get implemented and enacted is. You don't have to look very far for further delay to realize that WCB actually needs to now create the training programs, which will take 90 days, 120 days, sometime into the future after this bill is passed. One has to wonder, when a government holds a 2-to-1 vote advantage in this chamber on a piece of legislation that was initiated by this side of the House back when we were still in government, why the uncertainty to instruct WCB to actually be working on the training program and the regulations to have everything in place when this passes on royal assent and be in effect immediately hasn't been done. Surely the minister is confident enough that 40 of his members aren't going to suddenly vote against this piece of legislation out of the blue, and WCB's work would have been for naught. So we're sitting at 4 years of added exposure, and we have untold months to wait till any of the training programs, any of the requirements that are in this will actually be developed. That's certainly the message that we got loud and clear when we got a briefing on this bill after it was introduced yesterday. So I'm going to have a lot of questions about that at committee stage. Because as I say, we do support this bill. We do have a lot of questions though. And I think the government actually has a lot to answer for, not so much to any of us in opposition, but through us to all those people that have worked 4 years extra in asbestos abatement without these trainings and regulations in place. I think their families are going to want to know why this wasn't brought forward to the House after the all cross-ministry working committee brought forward their recommendations in 2018. Now 2022, the clock is still ticking, and WCB still has a lot of work to do after this because they were not instructed by this minister to get that work done simultaneously with this bill coming forward, in advance of this bill coming forward. Just another piece of legislation by this government that says, trust us, we'll show you what everything looks like after it's passed. Wouldn't have changed us voting for it, but it would have sped up and made those workplaces safer for workers that much faster. Is it going to be 5 years? We've seen how long it takes them to roll out some programs. Is it going to be 6 years before it's in full implementation? We don't know. And that's simply an abdication of responsibility by this minister and this premier and this government to actually have their actions match their words about work safety and worker safety. We have 4 years worth of workers that could have been better protected had this government actually action things in a timely fashion. And I know it sounds like I'm being a bit of a smart aleck when I compare it with the FOI bill, but I'm not. That's the sad, very serious reality of what this government prioritizes. The speed that they could move to cut off access for the public to gain information of government documents, trying to shut out the Premier's office from information requests, being evasive at best, most charitable I could say, about a fee structure and decision notes. The speed that they're able to move on that and put a priority on that to move, I think all those workers that have been exposed for 4.5 years deserve a straight answer from this Premier and this government, why that was deemed to be a much higher priority for this government to action than their health and safety at the workplace for 4.5 years worth of exposure to a known carcinogen. It's shameful. It shouldn't have happened. They sat on a report for 4 years. Very skilled governmental workers that know how to draft legislation. I highly doubt it took them 4.5 years to figure out how to turn the recommendations into the language we see in front of us on a bill, considering the larger framework by the minister's own statements already exists within WCB. This is adding another layer of how WCB enforces and works on workplace safety. That wouldn't have taken them 4.5 years. And you know how I know it certainly wouldn't have taken 4.5 years? If this Premier, if this minister had went to the drafters and said, this is a priority, it needs to be in front of the House next legislative session when they got those first reports in 2018 on the recommendations, it would have happened. Because as we've seen on FOI, an arguably more junior ministry than Labour, man, they can move fast when they want to. They even overrode statutory committees that were supposed to be doing their work and ignored it. They ignored everybody to make sure that work was prioritized and moved forward with lightning speed. What did the workers that are going to be protected by this bill get? They got 4.5 years of dithering. Literally with their health on the line. Not some documents that may or may not actually even get released. So it is a serious matter. It's a serious, I think, look into how this government truly does prioritize and figure out what they are actually going to put their time and effort into. And it certainly doesn't align with their words. Those are turning out to be very hollow words. It'll be interesting to see when somebody, an unfortunate circumstance of a worker, gets diagnosed from asbestos exposure over the next few years. And we know it will happen because we know it takes time to build. The ministers acknowledge that. I wonder what them and their human resources lawyer were going to think of the government that sat around for 4.5 years on a report instead of making sure they were properly protected on the workplace. Because sitting on this recommendations for 4.5 years means that we have 4.5 more years worth of large numbers of deaths in the workplace attributed to asbestos. Because that number won't start to come down until the goals of this bill are actually enacted and the training's actually happened and the workspaces are actually safer and the abatement's being done properly and safely. And then you'll only see those numbers drop years from now. Because all the previous years' worth of workers that were working under unsafe conditions are still needing to work their way, unfortunately, through the system. And it's a shame. Across this government, we're seeing a lack of prioritization and urgency when it comes to people's lives. Literally. Over 6 people a day and climbing on average, sadly, on opioid deaths. Still no apparent urgency and action on that file. Lots of great words and rhetoric. That's been 5 years of inaction. Almost as much time as inaction on this. It's a different subset of people that are literally dying and getting extremely ill because of government inaction and lack of prioritization. But boy, if you want to ask to access some government documents, they're going to move lightning fast to shut that down. Wouldn't want you to see what's going on within government. Wouldn't want you to actually have any information on how government even makes a decision or arrives at making a decision. Move lightning fast for that. We'll have nice flowery words on matters of life and death for people, but no tangible action. Haven't seen any tangible improvement in ambulance response times. That's putting people's lives at risk on a daily basis. Lots of great words. So we will have a lot of questions at committee stage on this bill. Try to get a better understanding of why exactly the minister, the premier, his government didn't seem to want to prioritize the importance of those workers over the last 4.5 years to get proper training and proper protections in their workplace. Why we couldn't replicate what was going on in other provinces faster than 4.5 years. Why it took 4.5 years to implement recommendations from across ministry committee that started under one party's government and continued on with the current government's guidance. If ever there was a time to likely signal that this was not going to be heavily opposed in this chamber, I would suggest that's the type of thing that would be that. It's cross-ministry, but it was also cross-party. If you look at the timelines of when the recommendations were being developed and brought forward. So I have a hard time understanding why this minister took 4.5 years to sit on the sidelines while people kept getting exposed to asbestos. I have a hard time understanding how this government has watched the death count on opioids go from 4.5 to 5 to 5.5 to 6 to now over 6 people a day, each and every single day in British Columbia. It's bad enough that we have 210 people that died in that 4.5 years from asbestos exposure as this bill was percolating away somewhere in the background with government, because it certainly wasn't a priority to bring forward. We've sat a lot of sessions in this chamber. There seems to be an inordinate amount of time spent talking about a throne speech. I'm not going to say debating a throne speech, because that's not really what it is. Legislatively, we call it debating a throne speech. Really what it is the government standing up and patting themselves on the back and talking about random things in their riding to fill time, to kill time, to say that we were actually here working for a full day. And guess what we're going to jump to later today once we're done second reading debate on this bill? Oh, throne speech. We started back in this chamber last week. This is the end of week 2. I guess we can see where the prioritization of legislation and things of import to people's lives is with this government. Probably explains why it's taken 4.5 years, with countless workers being exposed, especially during a hot real estate market where there's been a lot of demolition, a lot of renovation going on of older buildings that would be filled with asbestos. That's what the market's been like for the last 4.5 years. Everyone running flat out. Everyone in a hurry for deadlines. Everyone scrambling. Everyone with a labor shortage. And I'm willing to bet the minister knows exactly what happens in that scenario. Corners get cut. Deadlines need to be made. Blind eye gets turned to safety infractions. Just go ahead and do it. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Just go outside and cough a bit. You'll be all right. Here, use this flimsy little mask. Don't worry about it. That's the backdrop of these 4.5 years that this minister sat around and didn't get this legislation in front of this chamber in time. And the minister can shake his head at me all he wants, Mr. Speaker, but he knows it to be true. Because in his own words, he acknowledged it. In his own words, introducing this bill, asbestos is a fine particle that gets into the air, it gets into your lungs. It takes years after exposure and repeated exposures to start to manifest itself. That's what the minister was acknowledging. Passing this today is not going to help those people that have been exposed for the 4.5 years that this bill didn't get brought forward to the House. Simply isn't, based on the minister's own words. So if the minister knows it now to be true, and I know he's got a long history, and I have no doubt, if you look at his background and his history about workers' rights and workers' safety, surely he had to know in 2018 that was the facts around asbestos. I find it hard to believe he wouldn't, and if he didn't, I find it amazing that a party that is so tightly connected with Labour wouldn't have somebody in their ranks that would know that. And I don't say connected to Labour in a bad way, because they advocate on behalf of the safety of workers. We all go to days of mourning. We all speak at them. We all acknowledge them. So there's no way that those people representing especially organized Labour that are continually and rightfully so advocating for workplace safety wouldn't have been wondering why the minister is taking 4.5 years to protect people on the work site. But that's what we have. So we will dig into the timelines a little bit more when we get to committee stage. We will certainly have some questions around timelines on what the WCB work that still needs to be done to actually get implementation of this, and what speed that will have, and what priority that will have, and what extra resources the government will make available to WorkSafe so that they can actually get the job done quickly, so that we don't have to be here at year 5.5 wondering why we still don't have proper protections for workers with asbestos, when we all know from 2016 onwards very clearly what needed to be done. So I look forward to committee stage on this bill. I look forward to the government trying to explain their lack of prioritization when it comes to literally life and death issues on a wide range of files. And perhaps we can find out a little bit more as to why the prioritization of hiding information from the public seems to be front and center and the #1 priority of this government, versus making sure everyday hardworking citizens are properly protected in their workplace. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. It is my honor to be able to rise today to speak in support of Bill number 5, entitled Workers' Compensation Amendment Act 2022. And can I begin my remarks by thanking the Minister of Labour for making this work a priority and making sure that this actually got through. There have been so many improvements to the Workers' Compensation Act, to worker safety, to Employment Standards Act that make life better for workers here in this province, and it has been a long, long time since we have had a champion like the Minister of Labour for working people. So before I became an MLA, as people may know, I worked as a professional engineer managing projects as an owner's project engineer out at the Vancouver Airport Authority. And now in my role now as Minister of State for Infrastructure, I get the honor of working with the Honourable Minister of Transportation Infrastructure to deliver a lot of transportation projects, the vast majority of which are more like horizontal construction projects, although this bill does have some relevance there as well, because I'll note that asbestos was used in asphalt back in between the 1960s and 1980s as well. Now, working on horizontal construction has been just really rad, I have to say. But back when I was working at the Vancouver Airport Authority, the kind of projects I was primarily involved in was vertical construction. I was primarily involved in terminal expansion and redevelopment projects. Now, I have to say that the pandemic has changed a lot of things for airports around the world. I really need to acknowledge that, and I think of all of the people who have spent so much of their life working and supporting their families through work at these airports, and I know that it's a very difficult time for them. When I joined them many years ago, though, well before the pandemic, it really was an engineer's dream job to work there. You had runway rehabilitation programs that could employ you for a lifetime, ridiculously cool conveyor belt systems that move baggage along underneath the airports. You had enough baggage systems under the airport building to stretch from YVR all the way down to downtown and back again. And of course, it was all jumbled up and, well, not jumbled, it was very coordinated and organized down there, but I have to say a huge pain in the ass to install and take apart, but very cool. And also you had very complex building.
The appropriate term might be pain in the butt.
Pain in the butt. Yeah. I retract my former comment, pain in the butt. And you also had very complex building expansion and redevelopment projects as well. Now, the other thing that the YVR airport terminal had a lot of, especially when you were talking about the older buildings, was asbestos. which also meant that when you were impacting those areas, you needed to do a lot of asbestos abatement. And I remember the safety training that we got when I first started working there as a young engineer in training. And I remember that the safety trainer came up, he was presenting in front of a whole bunch of us, and he said, asbestos is an amazing material. It is fireproofing properties or something to behold. It makes materials strong and long-lasting. He pauses, and he says, it's also the leading cause of workplace deaths in BC. We have to let that sink in. Asbestos is the #1 killer of workers in British Columbia today. It causes cancer, a rare and aggressive cancer called mesothelioma. That is, let me say that one more time because I have trouble pronouncing it, mesothelioma. That is almost exclusively caused by asbestos exposure. It gets into the lungs, it accumulates in the body with every exposure, and we don't know how to reverse the damage that it causes. Now, I was very fortunate because working out at YVR, their safety program was extraordinarily stringent, and we didn't take hazardous materials lightly. When your project involves demolishing the oldest part of the main terminal, you better believe that there were a lot of hazardous materials to deal with. There was asbestos in the gypsum board, lead in the paint on the tiles, and a lot of rodent droppings, which you also had to deal with as a hazardous material. I remember that there was this room that I needed to demolish, and because it was quite an old room, the floors had been redone many, many times. So under the carpet, there were ceramic tiles, and under the ceramic tiles, there was linoleum tiles, and under the linoleum tiles was the concrete deck. The ceramic tiles tested for lead, the linoleum tiles tested for asbestos, and the carpet dust was probably made up of rodent droppings, quite frankly. The whole building was like this. And systematically off we had to go through this whole building that we were about to demolish, testing, setting up containments, sending in trained abatement contractors, doing air quality testing, monitoring the work, bagging, tagging, making sure everything was properly disposed of and that everyone was safe. Fortunately for us, there were a lot of highly skilled abatement contractors and abatement consultants out there who would work with us. We had contractors who would suit up, stepped into sealed bubbles that no one else would be allowed to without a full hazmat suit before they were done. And we had consultants who would come in and act as third-party monitors for the work. They would take a look at the rooms, they would check, they would identify materials that needed testing, make sure that it was done properly. I have to really give them credit. The consultant that I had the privilege of working with was RJ and Associates Environmental Consulting, led by Richard Connolly and Andrew Marshall, who now leads the company. And they were absolute pros, absolutely uncompromising on the value of high safety, safe work practices. If we broke into a material that we hadn't tested and that we hadn't set up abatement containments for, they would shut us down, and that was the right thing to do. But it also meant that we were extremely incentivized to get everything done right the first time. And you know what? That is what it takes to do abatement right, to keep workers safe and to ensure that you're not exposing people outside members of the public to asbestos as well. Now, as the Minister of Labour has already discussed, sadly, not everyone does abatement right. Sadly, not everyone even knows that asbestos has to be treated with such care. And that kind of culture of complacency and non-compliance in many parts of the industry has been killing people. So at long last, we are bringing in a licensing requirement for asbestos abatement contractors, something that will save lives and reward and recognize those contractors who are already doing things right. And this will protect them from being undercut by companies that aren't doing things right. And we're bringing in a requirement that asbestos abatement workers and others will have to complete mandatory asbestos safety training. so that they fully understand what it is that they must do to do things properly. Or, pardon me, why they must do things properly. Being educated means that you know when you're at risk, when something needs to get sent for testing, when you experience that shortness of breath and wheezing and crackling of the lungs that indicates that you may have been exposed to asbestos. Now, inevitably, and I'm actually very grateful that the official opposition did not ask this, I'm so grateful that we are likely to have support from all sides of the House. But inevitably, someone out there is going to ask, doesn't it cost more to do asbestos abatement properly? And let me tell you this, right now people are paying for this with their lives. Fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, friends, they continue to die today because 10, 15, 20 years ago, they worked on a project or multiple projects and had no idea that their employer should have been hiring a proper abatement contract to make the site safe for them before they went in. And I think of all of the men and women that I had worked with on these construction sites, hundreds and hundreds of them at a time in some cases. And I think of their families. People with, I think of their children. You know, Craig with his 2 young girls who he took so much pride in, he was so excited or so looking forward to walking them down the aisles in 10, 15 years. You know, I think about Don with his wife who's pregnant, and the children that he wants to have in his family, and Debbie with her children. And I imagine them in 10, 15, 20 years. Gosh, I didn't think that would do this. There are, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of workers out there who have had their lives cut short by this. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Thank you so much. Dozens and dozens of workers, we lose them every year because of something that happened decades ago that they never would have been able to know about. I think it will mean a lot to everybody who works in the construction industry and everyone with family members in the industry to know that they have a government out there who cares about them, not just government, that they have legislators throughout the province on both sides of the House who have said, enough is enough, we're putting an end to this. Your safety matters, and your life is worth so much more than we could ever put a value on. I'm going to stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much for your words, Minister. That was very beautiful. I do rise today to speak in support of this bill today. And as one from the construction industry, I do recognize how vital this is. I love that we've had 2 female legislators from opposite sides of the House stand up and both speak of their construction experience in the last couple of minutes. So I also celebrate that fact, that it's the females involved in construction that are the ones that are speaking positively to this. And I too am going to tell my asbestos story. But I'm probably a little bit older than the member before me. And mine does come in the private sector. And I still remember getting the phone call that some of our construction trades had discovered asbestos. We needed to get it tested. And I remember having the huddle outside of the construction site, and it was a renovation. It was an old building. We had taken it apart, and it wasn't part of our budget, and it wasn't part of our contingency. And I remember as a young business owner in that moment trying to decide how I was going to choose, and to choose correctly. We all put on our hazmat suits. It was quite laborious to put them on. We walked into the site. We tried to ascertain exactly where things were at. We got in testers to test what was in the air, to test what was on the ground, to test what was in the walls and in the ceiling. And I still remember that gut punch when I realized that my workers had been in that atmosphere, in that space, working for the last 4 months. What does it mean? What were the implications? How do we actually deal with this? And I echo the feeling of devastation, knowing that some of our workers had been put at risk. And yes, there are the cowboys and cowgirls out there who just say, plow forward, it doesn't matter, during that time frame. But I didn't. I stopped the site, I pulled everyone out as soon as we knew what was going on. And we brought in professionals. And we did look for someone who was licensed, and we did look for someone who knew how to deal with asbestos properly, and we did do everything right. To our own detriment. At our own cost, because it was the right thing to do. Because on a construction site, safety is number one. And throughout the last 25 years of my tenure as a construction owner, we became core certified. We made sure that our safety protocols were second to none. And why? Because every single day, trades and construction workers risk their lives to build what we see. And nowhere has been as devastated, even as, in this last year, as my community, when safety or shortcuts are made. But I will say that my speed of action was immediate. That when I knew people were at risk, I responded immediately. And we worked 24 hours a day until we had a safety plan in place and everyone abided it. I have a quote that I've posted on my Facebook many times, and it says, "Characterize people by their actions, and you will never be fooled by their words." Talk is cheap. Action is everything. And when I hear words like safety and priority, I think action. I think immediacy. Because everyone should feel safe in their workplace, whether it's on a construction site, 17 floors in the air, or whether it's sitting in a building. But that is not the case over the course of the last 5 years of this NDP government. Asbestos is undoubtedly one of the greatest risks of our workplaces, our homes, and our communities. According to WorkSafe BC, 608 of the 1,448 work-related death claims between 2011 and 2020 were related to asbestos. That's 42%. And since 2000, asbestos has been the cause of more than 50% of all work-related occupational disease deaths. That's atrocious. That's sound the alarm bell time. And as the dangers of asbestos has become known over the years, well, governments and industry and others, like me, running my own very small at the time construction company, well, we've taken steps to protect people. taken those steps to protect them from exposure to asbestos and to contain its impact on the environment. This legislation that's before us right now is the result of initiatives undertaken by working groups and industry leaders, oh wait, as well as the previous government. You guys had 5 years. 5 years. Now, recognizing that the focus group or the initiatives that we were undertaking date back to 2017 with the cross-ministry working group to engage with the federal government's December 2016 announcement to ban asbestos and asbestos-containing products. But the working group submitted the report to the current government in 2018, and it took 4 years before we actually have a bill. 4 years. And this is a government that has been identified with a lack of action. The Sumas floods. Well, we have 3 reports dating back to 2017, 2018, and 2020, all of which were sounding the alarm bell that a flood could be devastating to that area. We've got long-term care reports during the pandemic that were literally left on the minister's desk rather than being responded to. So instead of getting this bill, I don't know, anytime in the last 4 years, even last fall, we're debating the throne speech still? I love that we're actually going to see action in this area. I love that we're going to see asbestos abatement contractors licensed by WorkSafe BC. And I love that we're going to see employers, workers, and contractors who perform asbestos abatement, they're going to be certified. I love that. It's just too late. Why is this government taking so long? I quote from our former government's Minister of Jobs, Tourism, Skills and Training and Minister responsible for Labour in 2017, and I quote, "The government of British Columbia supports Canada moving towards a national ban on asbestos by 2018, and we want to make sure that we are doing all we can to protect British Columbians and our environment from asbestos hazards. This working group will look at this issue from a cross-government perspective to ensure our #1 priority is protecting British Columbians from the dangers of asbestos and will engage with important partners as the work progresses." End quote. Well, we didn't get the opportunity to do that, but this government has just stood up with the last 2 speakers and said that safety is their priority. And it took 4 years more? That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. So I celebrate this legislation finally coming through because it will undoubtedly save lives. And why did I choose the reports that I did? The long-term care report, or the Sumas prairie flooding report, because they also cost lives. Inaction costs lives. And my caution here and my urging here is to try to get WorkSafe BC to get those licensing and safety training programs in place as soon as possible. And I don't understand why they weren't actually queried on this before, why they're not gunned up and ready to go, because they should be. Why, with a majority government, could WorkSafe BC not be ready? I don't understand. And the only thing I can think of is that we've actually become okay with letting government take whatever time it wants to. to get things done. And that's simply unacceptable. And like the minister before me, I don't want everyone to have to feel that gut punch, wondering if lives are at risk. We should behave as such, and we should get legislation in place to protect people. We should activate. So my biggest question right now is, so when are the practices actually going to change of handling asbestos? After this bill is given royal assent? Or when WorkSafe BC finally has the time or the regulations, the capacity to put it in place? Every day for the last 25 years, I've gone to work and I have made safety a priority, the #1 priority. We have some of the lowest WorkSafe BC rates because of our safety protocols, because safety was our #1 priority. But we did it through action, not through talk. So yes, I support this legislation and the work that it builds from this government, but also from our previous government. But I sure wish it was tabled sooner. And I sure wish we could have implemented these actions before more lives were lost. And I think if there's a big caution here, it's that working together we can accomplish much better things. So I look forward to debating this bill further in committee stage. And I look forward to supporting this bill in this House. Thank you.
I see the member for Boundary, Similkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of Bill 5, the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act. Our goal here genuinely is to support worker and workplace health and safety. The diseases that are caused by asbestos, as the minister said, are not up for debate. And as the minister also noted, asbestos is the #1 cause of workplace death in BC. The dangers are indeed fact. But they're also difficult to see. Those tiny fibers deliver a delayed and painful death that is dramatically disconnected in time from the exposure. I'll tell my own asbestos story. When my partner, Christine, and I started farming, we didn't know what we were doing, but we were fast learners, I hope. And my teacher in that process, who was probably 6 decades of farming experience under his belt, was a neighbor and a friend. Werner was strong and sharp, and even well past what anyone would reasonably expect the retirement age to be. He was up before dawn and working his farm and regularly helping me how to figure out how to farm all day long. He was the one that I called when our baler would break down, for example, which is essentially a giant sewing machine on wheels. He would be the one to come and help me figure out how to get it back operational. If one of our ewes was sick, he was the one I would call. Him and his wife were also the ones that showed us how to convert a buffalo meat chopper and a 1950s Ringer washing machine into a convenient apple cider production system. He was a healthy character. And then a few years ago, Werner got a cough he couldn't kick. And in the months that followed, he got weaker and weaker. And of course, eventually he was diagnosed with mesothelioma. And as he got weaker and weaker, I took on the task of trying to navigate the legal morass that he was in, documenting that it was a workplace exposure that he had been exposed to decades earlier, literally surrounded by asbestos, that had brought this strong and sharp friend to his bed. So again, as the minister made clear, the dangers are fact. Werner was killed by asbestos exposure that took place working in oil and gas construction decades and decades previously. When he was there, surrounded by asbestos panels, I don't think he would have had any idea that it would be what had killed him in the end. his workplace was not safe nor healthy. As the minister spoke to, the abatement industry non-compliance is not acceptable. Again, abatement industry non-compliance is not acceptable because the consequences can become apparent so many years in the future after exposure, decades and decades and decades. And even making the connection back to asbestos is challenging at times, given that dramatic lag. And when impacts are disconnected from causes, when those feedbacks between action and reaction are slow and murky, incentives for bad actors increase, much like climate change, where we have a duty to act now to be sure we're not eroding future value on behalf of current short-term wins. Our goal here, again, is to support worker and workplace health and safety now and into the future. And I would close by echoing the gratitude of the minister for the good work that is being done by the asbestos abatement industry players that do good work. They do good work, and from what we heard, we'll be happy about these changes to make sure we're all making good choices into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member, I'm going to go over here, member for Caribou, Chilcotin, and then I'll come to False Creek. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a couple of moments to speak to Bill 5, the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act. I don't have a lot to say, but I think basically what you're seeing from the opposition here is an agreement. I think what's been largely conveyed from us this afternoon is that this is about alarm bells that have gone off with respect to asbestos and other things in this province, and the response time has been extremely slow. You know, we've seen things like heat domes and certainly flooding in the Sumas Prairie that we knew about, that we did have advance warning. And with asbestos, this is not something new. I mean, for years we've dealt with this, and what we've heard from the women of construction of the legislature today here, which is fantastic to hear, and I'm so glad to see women standing up to talk to this bill. I have my own personal experience with this, and it's suspected that I've lost family members to asbestos. And myself, in home renovations and in a glass business, I'm not certain if I've been exposed. Again, we've had that moment where you've run a saw into a wall or into something and think, oh my gosh, what have we come across here? But I agree with the member prior who mentioned that, you know, we don't know fully who has been exposed, but what we do know is that 4 or 5 years ago, this bill, or the contents of some of this bill, were brought forward to this House, and it's taken this long to bring this bill forward to this House for a reading. And furthermore, I'm very concerned. I mean, when you think about the numbers and the loss, I mean, the minister himself talked about 280. I'm not sure what the reference was there, but when you think of the loss, according to WorkSafe BC, 608 of 1,448 work-related death claims between 2011 and 2020 were related to asbestos, nearly 42% of all those claims. I mean, that is just a staggering number, Mr. Speaker. And for us to know that there was something that we could have done about this 4 or 5 years ago, and for us to take this long to draft a bill that is, I think, probably 8 or 9 pages, it's not massive, that is concerning to me. And I think it's concerning for the opposition. Now, we don't want to hold this bill up. We want to debate it, and we want to obviously have some questions at committee stage. I think they're going to be important questions. But the biggest question is, why do we wait when we have an opportunity, in this case, to save lives? All of those people, for that time, all of those people that have been exposed or could have been exposed, could have been you know, a death that we may have been able to stop because of legislation that could have been introduced years ago, honestly. For everybody that is watching in the chamber, we are debating, obviously, the Bill 5 with respect to asbestos, but I just can't explain enough that we do think that everybody should be safe in a workplace. In fact, it sounds like many of the members in this building have actually had something to do with asbestos or potentially have had life-altering sort of situations in their businesses or their personal lives. And we are happy to see it come forth, but want to point out that it should have come forth a long time ago. Mr. Speaker, that's all I really have to say, but thank you very much for a few moments.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Vancouver Falls Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for almost jumping the line there to my colleague across the way. It's an honor to rise today in the House to speak to Bill number 5, the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act 2022. Asbestos has the unfortunately well-earned name as the silent killer. Breathing in asbestos fibers can cause cancer and other diseases such as asbestosis, which is a scarring of the lungs, and it makes it very difficult to breathe. Mesothelioma is a rare cancer of the lining of the chest or abdominal cavity, and it's relatively rare but extremely aggressive cancer with a negative prognosis. 1 year after diagnosis, 40% of patients survive. And of course, also lung cancer, which is exacerbate if the person also is a smoker. It's silent because, of course, exposure can happen, and most often does, without the person knowing that they've been exposed. And there's a few reasons for this, one being historic. We know so much more now than we used to in regards to the risk of exposure to asbestos, and for many, many years we handled it improperly and unsafely. And many folks who worked in heavy-duty trades or construction 40 years ago, 30 years ago, were exposed to asbestos before we understood the risks. And there's one of those people in my family, my Uncle Wayne, who's a long-haul truck driver. Wayne drove truck for many decades, mostly stainless steel insulated tankers moving British Columbia milk across our country. And of course, brake liners contain asbestos, and the more wheels you have, the more brake liners you have. And most of these trucks are 16-wheelers. In brake assemblies of industrialized-sized commercial vehicles, such as the trucks I'm describing and tractor trailers, they take 2 brake shoes and 4 brake linings for each brake drum. Imagine being the mechanic who works on these brake liners and changes 40 or 50,000 of them in your lifetime. Wayne was diagnosed with asbestosis in his 40s, a healthy, strong, fit man, wicked guitar player. His symptoms were absolutely life-altering. His situation, unfortunately, was common, and textbook symptoms arose, starting with shortness of breath, a persistent dry cough, a chest tightening or chest pain, lots of weight loss and a loss of appetite, a dry, crackling sound in his lungs while breathing, and wider than usual toes and fingertips, which is called clubbing, all of this accompanied with very low energy. So imagine being in your 40s and losing your income, your energy, your health, and for reasons you didn't even know about. Wayne's been unable to work since his diagnosis now more than 2 decades ago. This situation is not the specific situation this bill is addressing, but these are the types of experiences people who are exposed to asbestos unfortunately can experience. The new standards introduced in this bill under the Workers' Compensation Act will require asbestos abatement contractors to be licensed to operate in British Columbia, and will require workers and employers who perform this work to complete mandatory safety training and certification. So a few quick facts in regards to asbestos. It's actually a naturally occurring fibrous material that was used as an ingredient in a variety of building construction materials prior to 1990. It's often found in construction materials, drywall, building insulation, as I've mentioned, car and truck brake pads, and the natural environment. And it becomes hazardous, as we know, when it's disturbed and releases dust or fibers into the air where they can be inhaled or ingested. And while other provinces have taken steps to improve the safe handling of asbestos, BC will be the first jurisdiction in Canada to implement a licensing requirement, and that's something for all of us to be proud of. In 2021, asbestos exposure was a contributing factor in 53 of 161 workplace deaths. Many cases originate from workplace exposures to asbestos 20, 30, or more years ago, when it was still being widely used in construction. And I want to share the words of how folks are seeing this legislation out in the world outside of this building. This is a quote from Al Johnson, who is the head of prevention services at WorkSafe BC. Al says, "We support efforts to keep workers safe from the dangerous asbestos by adding further layers of protection and assurance. That's why we were pleased to participate in the cross-ministry asbestos working group and view the new standards for licensing and safety training as a positive step forward." Another quote, this from Don White, who's an industry advocate and former executive director of the Hazardous Materials Association. "Many buildings in BC were constructed during the peak use of asbestos-containing building products. These buildings are now at an age where renovation or demolition is required. The potential for exposure to asbestos in the construction industry has never been higher. I'm very pleased to see a competency requirement for those who handle this hazardous material." And the last quote that I'll share with you today is from Neil Monroe, who's a business manager of the BC's Insulator Union. "Licensing asbestos abatement contractors is an important step towards ending the death toll of workers exposed to this terrible carcinogen. As the first such licensing in Canada, it will serve as a model for other provinces to follow." I want to just raise my voice to the many who have congratulated the Minister of Labour on bringing forward this really important legislation. I'm proud to support it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. And of course, just as a general reminder, but also to the member, that the use of electronic devices like a laptop or an iPad when speaking is not common in this House because it's not allowed. So just a general reminder, but thank you to the member. Seeing no further speakers, I recognize the Minister of Labour to close debate.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I do want to take this time seriously thank all the members who took part in the debate, because they all understand the importance of having a piece of legislation that is before us, how important it is about the workers who happen to be our brothers, our sisters, our sons, our daughters, our parents, grandparents, partners. And many of them have lost their lives over a year. Exposures that they were exposed to a number of years ago, decades ago, not knowing that one day this substance is going to kill them. And my sympathies to the families, to them, to the colleagues, all of them. And at the same time, I want to thank a number of people who work hard in advocating the changes that we are debating right now. Don White, who was the head of the Association of Insulators. Lee Loftus, who was the representative of the workers of the Insulation Union. Neil Monroe today. I say thank you to all of you. Many others who participated in cross-ministry discussions to bring this piece of legislation together. And members opposite talk about delay and the time it took. And I take that seriously, and if we could have brought it in 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago, would have been preferred. But a lot of work went into it. It involves a number of different ministries, and they all came together. And my hope is that WorkSafe BC is working, as you know, the pieces of legislation was being developed to put together training program, to put together licensing program. My hope is that before too long, that all of those will be in place, and the workers who will be handling asbestos in the future are fully trained, know the full dangers of asbestos, when they're dealing with it. And the British Columbians will also know when someone is in their home dealing with asbestos, removing, patching, repairing, know that the work that is being conducted in their home is done safely to keep them and their family safe and the neighborhood safe. And I think the workers knowing the dangers through the training, I think, is the key. And the bad actors that we had, the cat and mouse game that went on for too long. The WCB at times had to go to court to get injunctions. That's a lengthy, really legalistic process. And in the meantime, those bad actors continue to be operating under different names, Mr. Speaker. So I think I hope that with the support that I see here in this House, from all sides of the House, that we will put that in our past, put that in behind, that we are sending clear message to those bad actors: no more. It will not be acceptable in this province for you to play with the lives of the workers that you employ. And Mr. Speaker, saying that, I say that I now move second reading of Bill 5.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill 5. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion is carried. Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members have heard the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Acting Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I call continue debate on speech from prone speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Kootenay East.
Well, thank you, Chair. I'll just quickly wrap up. I only got about a minute left, but I want to just say I want to plead with government to listen to peaceful and lawful protest. We've seen how things have gotten out of hand in Ottawa, and we have seen, by contrast, these protests here in BC in regard to the COVID pandemic. What I can tell you with the protests that I've personally witnessed here in BC are great Canadians of all demographics, race and culture that are only looking for supportive data and timelines to justify government decisions making surrounding our current COVID mandates. And of course, there's those that spew hate and violence, and I definitely don't condone any of that. But we can no longer be okay with Canadians against Canadians. We all need to come together, and we'll start with listening and understanding, and government needs to listen, bring in, and recognize these strong Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Natural Resources Operations. Sure. And Rural Development, something like that. Really important. It's a lot of letters.
There is change afoot, Mr. Speaker, so you don't have to get too wedded to the name.
Thank you.
Forever and ever. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is a reply to the speech from the throne, and for many British Columbians, many Canadians, this part of our legislative tradition is a bit of an unusual one, in which a representative of the Queen, Lieutenant Governor in our case, Governor General in the case of Canada, reads a speech that she did not read nor create. Does it with great effect, but it is in fact a speech from the government setting forward how we're doing and where we're going. The American equivalent is State of the Union, I suppose, which unfortunately Canadians are more familiar with, often American procedure, than our own, but that's okay. And as a son of Irish immigrants, I wrestle with some of our traditions, and this sometimes is one of them. I think with specific to what our government has been up to and is about to be up to, we of course know that the sequence of events, we saw the speech last week outlaying the broad and general narrative of what concerns our government, which I think are issues that concern British Columbians broadly. Things like the various crises that we've had to deal with collectively as a people, the government's response to them, the protests that my colleague just across the way just referred to that are ongoing, in our nation's capital and until very recently at a number of our nation's borders with the U.S. and in many of our communities. I know my community that I live in Smithers, has had a pretty consistent Saturday afternoon drive around town, up and down the highway, and honking horns and other things. And in this context, representing Stikine has been, I think, an important experience that I would like to share with other British Columbians, because in small towns we don't have the luxury of just being in a bubble with only like-minded people. And this is the great advantage of small town life, is that by the nature of our smallness, we get to interact with people of different political persuasions, different faiths, different backgrounds, and different questions and orientations to any particular problem. And normally, even in moments of strong disagreement, we are able to find common ground, treat each other with great, generally, respect and dignity, even when the conflicts have been high. I have to say this past couple of years, with increasing intensity, that has become even more challenging, whereas, as my friend from the BC Liberals talked about, elements within some of the protest movements expressing some of the most hateful notions humanity's ever come up with. I've had my sign in my office damaged more than a number of times with swastikas and Stars of David and other hateful acts, even after I've talked to the organizers and said, I'm of Jewish descent, this is particularly troubling and offensive to me. And I'm told how we are living in 1934 Nazi Germany, and I repeat to them that allegory and insinuation is unbelievably offensive, demonstrably incorrect on every way that you could imagine, and yet, unfortunately, within some, not the majority, but within some, enough to worry me and some others, it continues. And there has been provocation from one federal leader in particular that has gone under the rest. But I'm off topic, and I'd like to get back to topic, which is the throne speech, which is it's context, and I think sometimes context matters. For us in Stikine, looking at the throne speech, we are able to see a number of things that are very important to the people I represent. Stikine, for those that don't know, it's the largest constituency in British Columbia in our provincial system. It's beautiful and stunning for members that have not had the opportunity and people to spend time up in the Northwest. The riding goes all the way from outside of Telkwa, through the Bulkley Valley, the Hazeltons, up through Stewart, another gorgeous part of our country, all the way up the highway to Alaska and the Yukon border. Unbelievably rich in culture, in history and resources, with some of the most ancient and formidable First Nations anywhere in the world. All the way from the Tack River Cliningit, Kaska, down through Tahltan, some Tsimshian from time to time, Gitxsan, Wet'suwet'en, and Carriacou-Secani sometimes coming in on the edge. And much of what we look forward to in the next year, because we are in the midst of this rolling series of challenges and crises, and I think that's it's a good test of a person, certainly any organization, and obviously a government, as to how we respond to those crises. And I would argue to all members that the response broadly from British Columbians to an unprecedented global pandemic, followed and preceded by and then followed by incredibly devastating forest fires, heat domes, floods of unprecedented magnitude, our innate ability to come together, find common cause in the midst of struggle and strife and tensions and political divisions is always remarkable to me. And that is as much true in rural BC as it is in anywhere, perhaps more so at times, and certainly in Stikine, the place that I represent. The Jobs Minister was out just today with the Premier laying out our economic strategy, which follows nicely in that we've had the throne speech, which I'll talk about. We've now had our economic strategy, understanding that BC is it's got a very good problem. We're a very popular place to come to. We're a place that's seen of great opportunity and have been for a long time, and increasingly so, where our forecasters look ahead and project that we'll need upwards of hundreds of thousands of new jobs to be filled. in some cases by people we don't have here yet, which again speaks to the need. And I think the terms and understanding of the role of immigration to this province has been shifting. I think there have been times where there's been a knee-jerk reaction to the other from people from away. And we have had policies that have been starkly racist in this province and in this country. We've seen some evolution of that, but we remain with many challenges of properly welcoming people to British Columbia. We've seen enormous challenges. We saw the inflation numbers out today. While lower than the Canadian average and lower than in many parts of the US, inflation is a significant problem for British Columbians, because the cost of very essential things have gone up. Now, it is a well-known thing that in politics, governments take credit for things that they had little influence over, and they get blamed for things from time to time that they have little influence over. Yet we all must wrestle, and the Throne speaks to this, of the challenge of affordability. And we've made moves, obviously, as a government, to try to keep things as affordable as possible with the things that we do control. The largest middle-income tax cut in British Columbia history was done by an NDP government in the last term, which was to cancel the MSP premiums. That mattered to families. I actually got a notice from MSP the other day that my address might have been wrong, and it was one digit off, and I should phone. And my wife said, get on that. You've got to phone those guys, because you might owe them money, and if you got the wrong address, it'll pile up and it'll be terrible. So I phoned them, and we corrected the address, and I said, I just forgot. I said, well, is there any arrears? Is there an account that I'm owing? And she was so delightful. She said, oh, no, we've done away with those. And I, previously, coming out of university, ended up accruing a debt to MSP as I was paying off significant student loans, trying to make my way through the world, running a small business, and getting to my MSP premiums latest. After a year of that, it got real expensive quick. And so this is a lived reality for many British Columbians that's suddenly just not there. We've decided to collectively understand and address that through our taxation collectively. We've also, of course, completely overhauled ICBC, which previous government could not refuse the temptation of turning that institution into an ATM that they could just keep withdrawing from, and not being, I think, honest with British Columbians that withdrawal was coming from their pocketbooks, that the corporation, the insurance corporation, was overcharging, I think in some cases we think intentionally, to elevate profits, which were then just flowing back into general revenue for whatever the government of the day happened to want. It's not a good way to run anything. My friends across the way talk about being the pro-business party. They know how to understand things. That's not a good way to run any business, where you knowingly overcharge your customers in order to create political slush funds to use for other things that you're not accountable for. We fixed that. And that matters. That saves British Columbian drivers hundreds and hundreds of dollars every year from now on. We, of course, created the Child Opportunity Fund, $1,600 for a child, another $1,000 for the second, which, again, puts money back into the pockets of working British Columbians to be able to handle and manage the costs of raising children. I've got twins. I know these costs very well, and it matters. When you're thinking about trying to get them into a swim class, when you're thinking about, is the winter boots going to make it another year, or should we try to get another pair? All of these things matter. On housing, adding tens of thousands of units, trying to create the push on supply while also looking after the speculators who have been torquing our markets, initially probably mostly in the Lower Mainland, but you throw a big rock in a pond, it ripples out. And we saw it, and we've seen it all through the Fraser Valley, then up north and through Vancouver Island, that speculation in treating homes like investments rather than a place to live, over time has compounded to the point where livability in our major city, but in many of our communities, has become very, very difficult for people. And while it may be exciting for the approximately north of 50% of British Columbians do own their home to watch their valuation come through, we see a lot of cases, and I hope members have talked to people in their communities, of the so-called house rich, cash poor. Their home has become worth a lot more. This has definitely been a problem in Vancouver and the surrounding districts for a while. The taxation rate just on municipal taxes, even if their home is paid for, becomes so high that their affordability of staying there in a neighborhood that they love and have probably lived in for quite some time becomes impossible. So we've added 18,000 affordable housing units. We're adding a bunch more. Really struggling in times working with municipalities and the permitting process. That's something that we have to work diligently for, as members know, especially those that have spent time sitting on town or city councils. NIMBYism is a powerful force in the world. People might like an idea in the abstract until it comes one neighborhood over and suddenly they have opinions, whether it be a SkyTrain or a mixed affordable housing unit. And of course, those histrionics are often driven up by misconceptions, and we got a lot of work to do on that because we have such need. Now, on the reconciliation front, I just came from a phone call with a global mining company, operates in the Northwest. One of their first entrances into the Americas, as they like to call us. And in talking about their project and their prospect, I said, you know, our government is really pushing for new reconciliation agreements with First Nations that allow for co-management, co-jurisdiction, a sharing of authority on the territories. And there were some when we were arguing through the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in this place and also in the national capital said that this was a bad idea maybe, that it would create uncertainty, it would shy away from investment, might even be bad for First Nations, some argued, and some still do. And I said, what are your reflections? And they said, well, our certainty is extraordinary, our relationship is incredibly strong, and our partnership is essential to our ability to do business. And our partnership between ourselves and the First Nation, in this case it was the Tahltan, and our partnership between yourselves and us, the province. And the more we can do on capacity, on building up the ability to respond to the many requests that are banging on the door of many First Nations, particularly in the Northwest. I know a number of nations who struggle just with the ability to respond to all the potentials and opportunities that are coming their way, is something that we've invested in and need to invest in more. And I think there is some partnerships available, and the throne speech speaks a bit to this, between the private sector and the public with respect to encouraging more of that, the revenue stream through First Nations, which we've done through the Lottery Corporation, of course, many billions of dollars over the next 25, 30 years that are going directly to First Nations to build up own source revenue and capacity, as well as the commercial agreements that nations are signing with the backing and the authority of the Crown, in this case, as we refer to it, to say that a co-jurisdictional environment exists, a co-management, a co-decision-making environment, and here's how it's going to work. Here are the legal documents, here are the precedents, here's how these agreements will be durable in court and in other places. This is the certainty, and this is the present, and I think increasingly it will be our future. Now, I mentioned the significant challenges that we faced as a province, the challenges that were put upon this government. I think there's an old citation from a British parliamentarian that said, if there's one thing that you could have changed in your time in office, what would it be? And his reply was circumstances, dear boy. And the notion of you can plan and the universe laughs, and we do our best, and we adapt when the crisis is put upon us. I've noticed the tenor and debate. There's been some inferences in talking about Fort McMurray, a community I've visited a number of times. I have friends and family that live there, and the fire that swept through that community and burned down a fairly significant part in the housing section, not so much in the core and the municipality. And at the time, there were people that were very much, this is going back just a few years now, where people wanted to debate the impacts of climate change, and is our weather changing, is the intensity of our fire system changing? And people wanted to be careful and respectful of the tragedy that people in Fort McMurray had gone through to not make the connection to the impacts of climate change. And I've noticed the difference in at least public discourse here in this place, in the legislature, in Ottawa, when looking at these climate-impacted events over this last few years that we've had, these incredibly devastating forest fire seasons, costing the Treasury millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars, the fear of loss of life, loss of massive amounts of our forests, the heat dome effect and the hundreds of British Columbians who lost their lives in that devastating event, the floods, and the fire that ravaged and destroyed an entire town in Lytton, BC. that we're no longer debating the question of what we need to do, that the realities are upon us. They're not going to get easier to deal with. They're not going to get necessarily better in any kind of way. And the need for resiliency to be built into all of our infrastructure, into our planning, into our government thinking, and to reduce the impact that we're having on the planet, thereby reducing the threat that is now borne upon us in our communities. So there's much jargon, there often is in politics, about building back better. And we've noticed in some of our interactions, and this is a real challenge, that say we seek to partner with the federal government in a building back program to rebuild some infrastructure. The current policies on the books don't allow us, we have to build back to the standard of whatever the infrastructure was before the devastating event, the flood or the fire. But if building back that infrastructure puts it as vulnerable as it was before the disaster, it makes no sense to anybody, right? You make yourselves just as vulnerable. And so these are the conversations we need to have with our federal partners, our municipalities, First Nations governance, to say we all need to adapt in our way of thinking, in our way of building, in our way of creating economy. And there's much hopefulness in this. We have, through very, very difficult times, learned these hard lessons of what it is when the weather changes on you, when something that you've known for a long time looks this way. And it struck me, if folks remember far up north in Telegraph Creek, when that community was hit by fires. And I sat at a lunchroom table with one of the firefighters, and he was a man of great experience. He had been fighting fires for near on 4 decades. And he's exhausted. He's just come off another shift of trying to just protect this remote community of Telegraph Creek. Very exposed, very vulnerable, right to the close of the fire, and the escape is the river. And I said, how you doing? Which is a tough question for someone going through what he was going through. And he said, I'm fine. And I said, well, what are you seeing? And he said, it's different. It's different. The fires are acting in a way that are different. What we used to see was this. If you had a stand that was dominated by this species, the fire would come up to it and it would slow down. And so we would know we'd have time to work around it. We would know that a trench would have this impact on a fire break, because we've done it over and over again. There's a lot of fires in the north. It's part of the actual natural process, but not of this intensity. And so our fire breaks don't work. The fires are going deeper, they're going hotter. We don't have precipitation in the soil, so we don't have that absorption of the heat. And we don't have the plans to deal with this. We have not learned how to deal with this kind of fire. And this person, I have no idea what his politics was. I don't think he was particularly interested. He wasn't advocating a particular view of the world. He was just telling me how it was for him in dealing with this particular fire. And he had a lot of friends around the province and in Australia and other places that have seen similar events. And he says, this is not unique. This is what's happening. We can't debate this anymore. This is what it is. I think building back means that you build your resiliency. And the pandemic has certainly exposed for us, and it speaks to this in the throne speech, of where our vulnerabilities and weaknesses were as a people. That those on the lowest income margins, very vulnerable, very exposed, very near to being tossed from their homes, very near for losing their jobs. And when the pandemic first hit, we took a number of steps that I think were intelligent in the sense of saying, we have to protect people. There's got to be a people, we've always been a people-focused government. We've got to think about people first. And so when the initial lockdowns, and many of our constituents have forgotten what a lockdown looks like, by the way. I get emails on the regular saying, stop the lockdown. And I say, well, yeah, there are restrictions, of course. There are things that we can't do as easily, but you have forgotten. It's only been a couple of years, I realize, but it is about 2 years ago when we locked down. And in fact, if you look around the world, Madam Speaker, this jurisdiction in British Columbia has been one of the least locked down jurisdictions in terms of restrictions on mobility and movement, because that was one of our 3 principles, right? To allow people as much freedom as was safely possible and the economy to continue in ways that it could, to protect our healthcare system from being overrun. We all saw the images coming out of Italy. We saw the images coming out of New York City. We saw the images of what happens when the numbers get too high. And we were to protect people. Do what we could, bring in the measures that keep us safe. And we still have a number of those measures in place because as we've said too many times, we may be done with the virus, but it's not yet quite done with us. and it doesn't care. Simply doesn't. It's a virus. It has no concern for our feelings, our exhaustion, our political orientation. It lives to spread. That's what it does. And you can argue with the virus all day, and you'll lose in the end. So in taking this on and coming to this stage that we're at, we saw the recent announcements by Dr. Bonnie Henry and the Health Minister and the Premier moving in a steady, wise fashion, which can be nerve-wracking to some. We have to acknowledge that. We definitely, I think, as MLAs, we hear from constituents that are really upset with restrictions. There is a large number of people that you don't get to hear from, but you do when some of those restrictions come free, and they're anxious. And I think there's good counsel from our good doctor to say, let's be kind to one another and understand that we'll be dealing with people who do not feel safe, talking even outside without a mask or whatever changes happen, being in a restaurant without seating limits. And that remains something that we should be conscientious of with one another. But in those three principles, protecting our healthcare system, not allowing it to be overrun, protecting people, our mortality rate was one of the lowest in the developed world. Yeah, that our equivalency to other provinces, even in Canada, we would have lost 2,000 more British Columbians if we had an equivalent mortality rate per 100,000 people. That's 2,000 more lives. Moms, dads, uncles, brothers. Not perfect, and at no point did we claim perfection. But the best economic recovery of any province. We have the strongest economy of any of the provinces right now. We were able to defend and protect and invest in our healthcare system, had been underfunded in some significant ways, and we will continue, and the throne speech speaks to that. And that we were able to understand that having a high vaccination rate, which we have amongst the highest, not without great effort by the health minister and the public health office, to continue to this day, ask people to get their shots because we know they're safe and effective. And at various points, the vaccines have played various roles. We still see on the effect of hospitalization that the rate of hospitalization of those that are unvaccinated is orders of magnitude higher than those who have received their shot, especially their booster shot. And a little over half of British Columbians have got their booster shot. There's some work to do. And I know people can somewhat feel complacent that maybe Omicron isn't as bad, but anyone just has to look up the health reports and see that British Columbians are continuing to die. And what I would suggest are unacceptable, because one is too many. So we've been tested, and it's good to be tested. It's good when the opposition tests the government. It's good when people, our constituents, push and test the policies we bring forward, because we don't look for perfect, we look for good and constant improvement, constant ways to understand how to do things better. And I'll speak to this because it was mentioned in the throne speech, and it was some personal work of mine, as colleagues will know, is that we spent a significant amount of time, an unprecedented amount of time, talking with First Nations governance, rights and title holders, Leadership Council, a number of, just about every industry group, many municipalities, tourism operators, local businesses, about the potential reorganization of our largest natural resource ministry, which is Forest, Lands, Natural Resource Operations and Rural Development, which is not just a mouthful in terms of ministry names. I think it wins the award for longest ministry, maybe a name in BC history. And it was a ministry that had been put together about 11 years ago or so, just at the tail end of the tenure of former Premier Campbell. And as colleagues would across the way would know much better than me, that Premier was a bit of a policy wonk, self-admitted, and he liked to tinker and adjust and change. And one of his pet peeves had been, let's smush them all together. Let's make a mega ministry, a one-stop shop, which on principle I can understand, because for industry, First Nations government, maybe there's some convenience of, and maybe some ability to break down the natural silos that happen within government. Colleagues have all experienced this. One ministry not talking effectively to another. And as one person from industry, a senior natural resource executive, said in one of our consultations, he said, well, you promised to break down the silos, but what ended up actually happening is you have the silos and you threw a tarp over top. And so it looked like one ministry, but we still ran into those challenges. So the Premier asked me some time ago to go out and propose ways of specifically dealing with land and marine use planning. which is an incredibly important thing when thinking about the future, which is what the throne speech does. What's the future look like? Well, what you do on the land, how you make decisions. Are those decisions durable? Are they good for people? Are they good for the planet? Are they good for jobs? The previous government had walked away a bit from some of the significant land use planning exercises, seeing them as not effective. I'd say that there was a cost to pay in that, because a failure to plan is a plan to fail. Like, we plan everything. We ought to think about it. And in those consultations, the largest, most significant part of those was with the rights and title holders of the province. And we asked a very broad question without much bias in terms of the outcome, which was what's working, what's not, and what would you change if you were running things? And it led to some incredibly important and rich conversations, which we'll see in some time in the creation of a new ministry, guided and focused on that, to be the engagement point for nations, for community members, for industry, for local government, when talking about what we want the future to look like, with a heavy emphasis, as you can tell from my comments, Madam Speaker, towards respecting the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which this legislature passed unanimously. It's one thing to pass a bill. It's another thing to bring it into effect. And in this part of our dialogue, normally the Crown, the province, if it were coming up with a new ministry, would do what it's always done. Some folks would sit here in Victoria in a room, and they would quabble, and they would come up with a ministry, and it would be announced, and there's the name, move people around, and off you go. We said you don't talk about doing different, you have to walk it and be different, and in opening up the process, in working in deeper partnership with nations, with industry partners, with local government, to say what is on the ground working for you right now, what isn't, and what do we need to change. I know I'm very proud of the work that we did. My Deputy Minister, Laurie Halls, was exceptional. We did near 100 hours of Zoom calls, and 3 hours at a stretch to allow conversation. It was a bit unusual for a minister to hang out in that way, and I thought that just made sense, and it was good. It was good. I think the process and the results that will come out will be facing challenges, because anyone who's ever been involved in making decisions on the land in the maritime region knows that you run into challenges, jurisdictional challenges, competing interests, desires, hopes for the future, that all manifest in the decisions that we make around the land. That's natural. That's natural. What hasn't been helpful is to not have those forums, those places where people can come together. And what has not been helpful is to engage with the rights and title holders after the decision has been made and say, what do you think? We all know this in our lives. When people are included in a decision, the level of ownership and acceptance, even if you don't get all that you want, because that's life, you don't get all that you want. But the ownership level, the commitment to seeing something through is much higher if we include people. And I'll end there, Madam Speaker, to say that in the throne speech, I see the feedback we've had from British Columbians around affordability, around the climate, around protecting our healthcare system, about making sure there's childcare spaces and more housing and more opportunities, because this is a place of incredible opportunities. The challenges we face are significant. Some of them, due to some popularity and people wanting to live here, are challenges a lot of provinces would love to have. And it's a challenge that we're up for. And I think it's something that we do best when we do it together. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's my honor to get up and respond to the throne speech. I've been listening to the speeches here in regards to the issues that are facing British Columbia here in the past year. And over the past 3 years at least, I've been warning this House not to play politics with Aboriginal issues. That warning has gone unheeded. I knew going in, long before I came to this place, that UNDRIP was not really relevant to what we were actually achieving in British Columbia from 2004 to 2017. We had advanced so far beyond that. It all started in 1982 with Section 35 of the Constitution and the jurisprudence that actually followed it. We were so far advanced. But I gave the benefit of the doubt to the passing of UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, but looking at the clauses, I could see right then it was impossible to achieve. And this NDP government has proved it over and over and over already in every piece of legislation that's passed through this House that they don't intend to fulfill the promises made in UNDRIP. Aligning every single law in BC with rights and title interests. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen any piece of legislation being consulted, meaningfully consulted with First Nations across BC, with the rightful title holders, which are 203 First Nation communities in British Columbia. We haven't seen it. It's a broken promise. And what I do here, especially in terms of the previous speaker from the NDP government, what I do here is you're trying to rewrite history. Like everything that happened from 2004 to 2017 didn't happen. That is so insulting. That is so condescending. That somehow this is a new discussion about reconciliation or a new discussion about jurisdiction. You're 15 years behind the times. You're actually back in the days when promises were made to First Nations and then broken intentionally. You're talking about jurisdiction. Have you ever heard of the First Nations Commercial Industrial Development Agreement? Has anybody ever heard of that? This was an agreement, a Canadian agreement, by the way, a tripartite agreement that was signed by BC, Canada, and my First Nation. There was 2 First Nations that were involved in it over 15 years ago. One was Squamish. We were the first to sign it. And what did it say? We gave permission to the provincial government to come onto reserve land to enforce both BC and federal regulations and laws on reserve land. First time it was ever happened. That was groundbreaking. That was jurisdiction. And somehow, it's brand new to BC that land use planning has been brought to BC. I was part of land use planning agreements way back in 2004. All the time that the NDP government was opposing LNG, we were doing real work with the federal government and the BC government to achieve true reconciliation. And what did we get from the NDP government, who were then opposition at the time? They were fear-mongering the public. They were saying that if LNG is approved, Victoria will be underwater. They signed anti-LNG declarations in Northwest BC. I even talked to a couple of those NDPers that signed those anti-declarations and said, could you come to Kitimat and actually see what we're doing? Never saw them again for 2 years. But somehow, all that work from 2004 to 2017 has been wiped away. You only have to look on the BC government website to see all the agreements that were signed between BC and First Nations, to see how much work was done. You will see protocol agreements. You will see environmental stewardship agreements, forest and range agreements, land planning agreements. You'll see all of this. And this is why I keep getting up and telling this House not to play politics. And now it's taken a different step in a different direction. It's become insulting. It's become patronizing, condescending, to the point now where this NDP government is actually taking page out of the Indian Act and telling First Nations, we've already made up your mind for you in terms of legislation and policies. We're not going to consult you. We'll consult advocacy groups. We're going to break our own promise in terms of the UNDRIP bill. That is incredibly insulting, not only to myself and my council, my elected chief and council, by the way, elected chief and council that did all the work, but to all those First Nation leaders that preceded me. That's quite shameful. So I'll say it again, don't play politics with First Nations issues. One of the most disadvantaged people that finally got a break and started to see a light at the end of the tunnel starting in 2004 and ended in 2017. Anyway, I digress, Madam Speaker. I'll get back to my speech, okay? So for the last 2 years, we've been going through a worldwide crisis in terms of COVID. And it's broken apart our society. It's broken us apart in terms of our family and friends. It's broken apart our communities. Human beings are social beings. The idea of human beings being social is a large part of our success, no matter where you come from. And that's been taken away. We're going to have to rebuild society. Yes, the economy is going to recover naturally. As the restrictions get lifted, the economy will recover naturally. But society is going to need fixing, specifically the mental health of British Columbians. And I'm part of the conversation as well in terms of the divisive nature of what British Columbians go through. And I haven't taken a side. I've heard the people that got vaccinated condemning those that didn't get vaccinated, even though there were exemptions, condemning them, calling them anti-vaxxers. I heard the Premier actually blame millennials for it. Never mind, he called a snap election in the middle of a pandemic, and even his own NDP leader condemned it and called it selfish when the federal government did the same thing. I've seen those people that didn't take the vaccination actually call those that took the vaccination sheep. I think us as leaders, our job is to be the middle ground. Try find a way to unite those two sides, just like everything else. Don't take sides. Yes, we want everybody to be vaccinated, especially when we're talking on a worldwide scale. Otherwise, we just get more variants. But at some point, we're going to have to learn to live with this. That's what all the experts say. We've got to live with it. When does it become endemic, though? When does it? Where are those benchmarks? Where are those milestones? Because the frustration you're seeing has been pent up for 2 years because people have been doing as they were told, but they couldn't see the end goal line. They couldn't see it. At the very least, they couldn't see the facts or the science that was behind it. That's all you needed to do. And that goes back to being a transparent and accountable government. You think about this, there's people celebrating a simple activity like dancing. Did anybody ever foresee this, that people would be out there and celebrating the fact that they could dance? That is how deeply impacted our society has become. And especially for millennials. I didn't blame millennials for the COVID, not like the Premier did. Every one of us were young at one point. Every one of us. And it wasn't one specific group to blame, but young people. Everybody should remember what it was like to be young. How you're full of life, how you're rebellious, how you want to go out there and enjoy new activities, new experiences. The millennials were limited. They couldn't do it. They didn't get to enjoy the same activities we experienced when we were young. I was just going to call ourselves millennials. I'm no millennial. I'm a Gen Xer. Are you a millennial? Okay. Like Trevor, like the member from Surrey Red Walk. I'm a Gen Xer. But millennials had to put their life on hold for 2 years. Whether you're talking about dancing, graduations, new jobs, they had to put their lives on hold. And I think the millennials, apart from the families and the communities, they suffered the most. At a certain stage in their life, when they're still developing and still just getting ready to go out in the big world, they were told, no, you can't go out there. In terms of the reconciliation, real reconciliation was working on the ground from 2004, mainly because the Haida court case came down in the courts of BC and Canada. That's where you got the Great Bear Rainforest. That's how that came to be. I was part of that negotiation. But what I want the legislature to understand, and maybe the people of British Columbia, is that the Great Bear Rainforest wasn't just protection of land. It protected a large amount of land, yes, but it was also a working forest. Logging was continued. It still is continuing today. That is the balance of economic development and the environment. That was work that was done with the previous BC Liberal government and First Nations. And now we're starting to see 25 mayors from Vancouver Island that wrote a letter to the BC NDP government saying, look, we need to offset the economic impact of logging deferrals in BC because First Nations need support in the transition because the environmental protection does not have an environmental economic component to it. The letter just came out today. Just about everybody understands the importance of an economy. But in today's day and age, First Nations understand it because they got their first introduction to it in a meaningful manner in 2004. Sadly, those First Nations are now back to square one with a vague general document called UNDRIP that is not being implemented as promised in this House. And where did that come from? Reconciliation is actually first mentioned in the court cases, and I heard many tributes to Delgamu. And I'm sure many people in this House have read Delgamu, the court case. Chief Earl Muldoe, I'm sure many of you have read it. But have you read all the other court cases that came after that that further defined the rights and title? That actually led to the success of First Nations and British Columbia, for that matter, from 2004 to 2017. You would not have had LNG without Delgamu, Haida, Mikisew Cree, Gladstone, and any other number of the 200 court cases that define rights and title in BC, including the ones where First Nations lost. Rights and title case law isn't just about defining the rights of First Nations interests. Rights and title case law actually defines the power of the Crown, the duty of the Crown, the honor of the Crown. Because as the judges have said, the Crown has a duty to address rights and title, but they also have a duty to address the greater society as well. The society of a whole as BC. Well, guess what? First Nations are now a larger part of that society as well, because over 50% of First Nations live off reserve in the urban centers. And that's why it's so sad that we've gone back 20 years in terms of UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and actually ignoring all the progress that we've made in BC. Before I get to the flooding and the forest fires, I want to acknowledge Pritpal Singh Sekhon. During the floods, I actually went out to Merritt and Abbotsford and Mission. I was talking to people on the ground, and it was heartbreaking. I looked at Merritt, and literally trailers are floating around their streets. They were digging out mounds of dirt out of their basements and the yards, putting it out in the roadway. They were packing out all their fridges and all their appliances and all their furniture, and they're putting on the streets. But Pritpal Singh Sekhon was actually one of the spokespersons for all the Indo-Canadian temples and community that actually organized a volunteer program to get food and supplies to all those victims of the floods and the torrential downpour. All those temples, and I actually went out to the Langley Airport at the time, and saw all the volunteers that are actually compiling all this food and all these goods, and then they were dumping it into small little private planes. BC owes a debt of gratitude to the Gurdwaras, the temples, and the Indo-Canadian community for doing this. I think somebody should get the Order of BC. You can start with Pritpal Singh Sekon, give him a call, and ask him. They did not get the attention they deserved. Those pilots, I mean, tiny little planes to mid-sized planes, they were just packing them full of goods and services, and they were flying them out. Even the next day when I went over to mission, I was watching the planes over top of me go back and forth. An incredible initiative. The private people in the private sector. I learned a lot about the minority community that day, and I was incredibly impressed. I was incredibly inspired, incredibly humbled. Because here was the Indo-Canadian community saying, look, we're here, we've always been here, but we want to be a bigger part of BC society. And they didn't want thanks, they didn't want attention, but I think in this case they deserve it. But it brings me back to the actual emergency itself. If you were like myself, prior to this, a couple years ago, it actually scared the heck out of me when my alert came up on my phone as a test, the emergency test. And I got a bunch of messages and emails saying, what was that? Oh, they're just testing your cell phone emergency plan. And a test is to ensure that it works for the day that you actually need it. Where was this test? Where was this warning when we actually needed it? There was no warning of the torrential rainfall. When the highways were getting flooded, there was no warning. There was nothing. And so the people lost their lives on the highway. They have the same questions. Why weren't we warned? I don't know. In fact, when I was sitting in a small airport, waiting for a small airplane to take me out to Kelowna, I was talking to one of the managers of the airline, and they said they were part of the emergency plan, and all the BC government had to do was initiate the emergency plan, state of emergency, and the private sector would have been mobilized. But they needed 3 days advance because their planes had to land in lakes, rivers, runway strips. So they had to go out there and pre-check for danger. There is an emergency plan in BC, I know it. I use it as a basis going forward when I was Chief Counsellor of Haisla. Why wasn't it initiated? The other emergency we had was forest fires. And initially, when I heard the BC NDP talking about how reckless the people were in Monty Lake and Logan Lake for staying behind, I actually agreed with the NDP government. You shouldn't put yourself in danger. You should let the people responsible for putting out fires come in, which would be the NDP government. Well, I got invited down to Monty Lake to hear their side of the story. So instead of going to Kamloops that day, I went out to Monty Lake, and I was shocked. The citizens were abandoned. They were even threatened if they went out to fight fires. These were people that were trying to protect their homes, their ranches, their farms. And they got no help from the BC government. So what they do? They collected all their equipment, their water tanks, their shovels, their axes, and they went out and they put out fires. Quite effectively, I might add. These old-timers, the old-timer loggers who actually grew up in an era where they had to go fight fires because it was mandatory. These ranchers that knew how to put out fires using their equipment. Even mothers contributed. Mothers that refused to leave because nobody else was coming to help them. And every fire they put out, they would just put it out and then they move on to the next one. These weren't reckless people. These were decent, hardworking, honest people that had no help. I'll tell you how hypocritical this is. They were called reckless. But the pipeline workers for Trans Mountain did the exact same thing, and not a word of criticism was leveled at them. That night when I went to a restaurant to have a meeting, there was a couple of people that traveled for hours to come meet me, and they showed me the technology that the BC government's not using. There's technology being employed all around the world right now that not only protects communities, houses, and people, it protects firefighters. We don't have to put firefighters in the face of danger anymore. Why are we not looking at this? And why are we condemning people that actually knew how to fight fires back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s? And why did we just desert them? Why did we just leave them? The one guy that I talked to said he was on his way home, stopped to look at the fire alongside the road, phoned it in as a lawful citizen, and then went home to get his bulldozer. Came out, started to put it out. He was told if he continues to put it out, he was going to get charged. So what did he do? He thumbed his nose at the government and said, I'm going to put it out, I'm going to protect my ranch. I talked to ranchers that gave me some of the most horrible stories on why their cows had to die, had to be put down. I mean, some of the suggestions, I said, well, why don't you just put your cows on a truck and ship them out? Where are they going to get the trucks? And they're cows that are actually wandering all over a mountainside. How are you going to get them down when there's a forest fire up there? And if you can muster enough trucks to put on 1,000 head of cattle onto trucks, where are you going to bring them? None of this made sense. And if you went out to talk to these community people, these ranchers, farmers, these natives, you would see they have a plan, they have local knowledge, they have local resources. They're not being utilized. And what's the result? Lytton gets wiped off the face of the map. In Monty Lake, I could see a 20-foot buffer around a house from a person who just went out with a hose to protect the fire. Completely surrounded his house, but he stayed. I saw water tanks lined up along Monty Lake, all private, with hoses running all up over the road. These people should be commended. People that have the knowledge and the history to fight fires. In terms of what's happening in our economy, you know what? Forestry's going away. Log deferrals. No real plan to offset what's going to happen. Vancouver Island's going to get hit doubly hard because not only will their forestry mills get shut down and the 18,000 forestry workers are put out of work, but also because fish farms are being forced out as well. Places like Campbell River, forestry on its way out, fish farms on its way out, including First Nations that depend on fish farms and forestry, which is quite sad. But it's going to hit them another way as well. The cost of living is going to go up. And it's not intuitive. Because when you're talking about the fish farm industry, you're actually talking about what do they do with the offal, which is the guts. Everything that you don't eat in a fish gets shipped down to the Lower Mainland and gets used for agricultural feed and fertilizer. When that supply gets cut off, the farmer's costs go up. There's not enough supply. On top of that, the Campbell River, that truck is now going to go up to Campbell River with goods and services and groceries, but it's going to come back empty. Those extra trucking costs are going to get added on to the cost of living for people up in northern Vancouver Island. And there's more. As fish farms get pushed out, even from places like Kitasoo, Klemtu has had a fish farm for the last, 40 years. They're going to get pushed out in the North Coast. I know those people. They're friends and family. That's the only thing they have going for them in their community. That's what got them off welfare. They're going to get pushed out. But as you take off fish farms away from BC, you're taking away a food source, a protein food source for the world. Where's the pressure going to end up? It's going to end up on wild salmon. The only reason I bring this up is because I understand it's a federal jurisdiction, but the BC government controls the tenure. And it was this House a few years ago when we understood this BC NDP government was putting pressure on the tenure of fish farms on North Vancouver Island. They got the ball rolling. Then they backed off when they knew the federal government was going to finish them off for them. We're not building an economy here. We're not building communities here in BC anymore. We're taking them apart, one by one. We're putting 18,000 forestry workers out of work. Those 18,000 forestry workers represent 18,000 families. As you put pressure on the fish farm to close down, you're putting pressure on all those workers that work out there, but also in the manufacturing facilities down in Surrey. You're going to put them out of work. It's going to affect all of BC. So affordability is going to go up, not only because all the job loss, but also because the local communities up there are they're going to lose that tax base. Vancouver Island's not going to have a bright future for a while. But have you considered this? In your opposition to fish farms, have you ever considered fish farms can actually save wild salmon? Specifically steelhead. It's been brought up many times in this House. Steelhead is on the verge of extinction in many of our rivers across BC. Have you ever considered the technology that the fish farms have in North Vancouver Island can be actually easily transferred to save wild salmon? And it can be affordable. The same way that they raise salmon for sale all across the world to feed the world need for protein, they can do the same thing for wild salmon. We're not thinking outside of the box here because we're just doing things for the sake of politics. It's just for the sake of getting elected. Whatever the common narrative is at the time, that's all we're doing. Lowest common denominator. Well, when you're talking about the survival of communities, when you're talking about a person's life, I think leaders, that's the difference between a leader and a politician. A leader thinks about what's best for people in a community. A politician just wants to get elected. And they can sacrifice 18,000 forestry workers. They can sacrifice fish farms. They can sacrifice food security. This is not the way to build a province. We were on a good track from 2004 to 2017, whether you're talking about an economy, building up our communities, reconciliation, and now we're starting all over again. The people that actually pay for this are the people of British Columbia. Specifically, my kids, my grandkids, my great-grandkids. So if we don't get off this path, it's all of our descendants that have to pay for this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member from Burnaby North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is truly an honor to rise in this chamber and speak in support of the speech from the throne. And I acknowledge that I'm doing so from the traditional territories of the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Esquimalt and Songhees nations. It has become part of our custom to acknowledge the first people on whose land we gather. And it's more than protocol. It's more than a ritualistic gesture. Every time I make the land acknowledgement, I reflect on what it means to be conducting our business on land that was taken. I reflect on how much The rituals that frame our work here and the symbols of power that surround us here are meant to be signals of dominance, of the enduring impact of colonialism. The irony that I am debating the speech from the throne is not lost on me. I'm proud to be part of a government that is determined not to let us forget the injustices of the past and the injustices that have been perpetrated on others in our name. I'm proud that we have passed legislation that embeds reconciliation in everything we do. We knew it wouldn't be easy. We knew we would encounter complications we couldn't begin to anticipate. We knew that in this age of instant gratification, it would be hard for some to accept why we didn't just go ahead and exert our power to make what seemed to be the right decision. Many would have applauded us for it. I'm proud to be part of a government that chose to do what was right rather than what might have been politically expedient. And sometimes doing what is right takes longer. Ours is a government that is committed to a better future for every British Columbian. Generations of British Columbians have witnessed Band-Aid fixes to social and economic inequities that are systemic in nature. Band-Aids might look impressive, but do little to stop a hemorrhage. I still have a supply of Barbie and Spider-Man Band-Aids in my medicine cabinet from when my grandchildren were toddlers. Sometimes they like to decorate themselves with them, and it made them feel better. But they're teenagers now, and they take a more holistic approach to their health. They know that they have to pay attention to what they eat, get enough sleep, exercise their bodies. They know that their bodies are machines with integrated parts. They know the difference between symptoms and causes. And they know that building stronger muscles, straightening their teeth, and combating teenage acne takes time and discipline. There are no magic wands. And our government knows that the same is true of fixing the inequities and insecurities embedded in our socioeconomic system. We won't be stampeded into putting Band-Aids on the surface of deeper systemic problems. In the spirit of reconciliation, I also want to acknowledge that I live and my constituency is located on the unceded traditional territory of Hukamaman-speaking people, specifically the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, the people of the inlet, who, according to archaeological evidence and their own oral history, have been stewards of their traditional territory for thousands of years. Before contact with Europeans, the Tsleil-Waututh Nation was about 10,000 members strong. It was a distinct Coast Salish nation. Its territory included the Burrard Inlet and the waters draining into it. Prior to European contact, the Tsleil-Waututh Nation was a land of plenty, with abundant fish and game to sustain themselves and their First Nations neighbours with whom they partnered through marriage and protocol. These are the words of the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Their ancestors' survival depended on cycles of hunting, harvesting, and preserving foods, and on trades with their neighbours. Their people lived by a seasonal round, a complex cycle of food gathering and spiritual and cultural activities that formed the heart of their culture. In winter, community members congregated in large villages located in sheltered bays. Shed-roofed houses of up to several hundred feet in length were divided into individual family apartments. They subsisted largely on stored, dried foods, gathered and processed throughout the rest of the year. Winter activities included wood carving, weaving blankets of mountain goat wool, and participating in spiritual ceremonies. In late spring, families would disperse to set up camps on, including what is now Burnaby North, on virtually every beach and protected cove in Tsleil-Waututh territory. People transported planks from the winter houses by canoe to construct smaller summer structures. From these base camps, they made excursions to hunt, fish, and gather food as resources became seasonably available. Some food was consumed immediately. Others were processed and stored for winter. In mid-July or early August, most of the Tsleil-Waututh and other Coast Salish groups traveled to the Fraser River to catch and dry the most favored type of salmon, sockeye. During this time, people would visit, exchange news of relatives, and form alliances. They also harvested and dried large volumes of berries during the summer. After the Fraser River Run finished in the fall, Tsleil-Waututh families would congregate in camps on the Indian, Capilano, Seymour, and other rivers to fish for pink and chum salmon. Most of the catch was dried for winter use or trade. By December, families returned to their winter villages with the provisions collected throughout the year, and the cycle began again. This was an ancient, complex, and sophisticated society, and it was devastated by contact with Europeans. The majority of the population was decimated by disease, primarily smallpox. Residential schools, cultural suppression, the reserve system, colonialism further fractured the economic base and social cohesiveness. The Tsleil-Waututh remind us that they never ceded or relinquished their responsibility for this territory, but they also remind us that its resources have been exploited and damaged through industrialization and urbanization. They remind us that their nation holds Aboriginal title over what is now a highly urbanized area, which they share with many private and public interests. And thus their land claim under the treaty process is complex for this reason. Yet they continue to be guided by their birthright and sense of obligation as Tsleil-Waututh people to care for the lands and waters of their territory to ensure future generations can thrive here. A birthright that has compelled the Tsleil-Waututh Nation to establish a Sacred Trust initiative. Their Sacred Trust is mandated to stop the proposed Trans Mountain expansion. They have fought it in the courts, on the land, and on the water. And they have support of many settlers who live on my side of the inlet in Burnaby North, many of whom have chosen to serve jail time rather than get out of the way of such an ill-advised, out-of-date, massive fossil fuel project. I am proud to say that as a newly elected MLA, I was invited to join the Tsleil-Waututh on their Mother's Day paddle. In an armada of huge ocean-going canoes, we paddled across the inlet to the West Ridge Terminal to express our opposition to the expansion of the TMX pipeline. I will remember that experience as a highlight of being an MLA. I hope the Tsleil-Waututh are successful in stopping the TMX pipeline. When they win, we all win. The planet is depending on them. I'd like to thank my constituency office staff for their professionalism, compassion, and commitment to uniting our community. It's been a difficult couple of years. They are frontline workers. The volume of calls and emails has increased dramatically. The problems and questions constituents have brought to my office have become more complex and intense. There is more at stake for them. Mine is a very engaged electorate. My staff has gone above and beyond to assist them and involve them. Parisa Chan has been instrumental in building relationships with Burnaby North's very large Chinese-speaking community. This year, my office hosted a virtual Lunar New Year celebration online. It was largely volunteer-driven by constituents. Constituents from a wide range of Asian cultures shared their New Year traditions and fond memories, and we shared some good laughs. I was honored to be invited virtually into some homes to see how they decorated for Lunar New Year and what the decorations symbolized. Everyone was pretty intrigued by one participant's demonstration of her pseudo firecrackers. Totally safe, but loud enough to scare away the monster. Parisa also takes the lead on outreach, and as soon as the weather permits, we will be back out in the parks with our mobile constituency office, canvassing in person and by phone, and finding other creative ways to engage constituents. Nairi Caracas, who thought she was joining us last fall in a part-time capacity, found herself immediately stepping into the full-time position. I thank her for her willingness to pivot in an emergency and her commitment to serve constituents efficiently and conscientiously. She is relentless in her pursuit of information and answers that constituents request. Kyle Cattler is the newest and youngest member of our team. He has deep roots in Burnaby North and lived experiences that should create strong bonds with younger members of our community. I look forward to having a more ambitious plan for engaging students and being guided in a concrete, tangible way by their articulated hopes and fears. They are our future. I would also like to thank my family. They are my inspiration, my anchor, my reality check, and a source of joy that keeps me going. I miss them dearly while I'm in Victoria, and I can't wait to get home to hear all about their adventures, dramas, and triumphs. As you may know, we now live in a multi-generational household, and this is how we are coping with the housing crisis. My husband and I live on one floor, our son and his family live on another, and we share a laundry room, workspace, TV room, and supposedly the garage. We know we are extremely lucky and privileged to be in a position to transform our home in this way. And we know that it is not a solution that would work for most at this time. But I'm confident that our government is working every day to find and support creative solutions to the lack of affordable housing, and we will be successful. I also want to thank my community. The people of Burnaby North came together early in the pandemic to take care of each other. It was confusing in the beginning. When to wear a mask, where to wear a mask, how to wear a mask, what surfaces should be sanitized and how often. People made mistakes until they got into the rhythm of living in a pandemic. And for the most part, people in my community have been very tolerant of each other. I remember feeling a bit anxious early in the pandemic about the number of people who were going about their business without masks. And then it seemed almost overnight that I saw everyone, every age, wearing masks on Hastings Street in Burnaby Heights, waiting to cross the street, lining up to shop in our delis, bakeries, and greengrocers, and at ATMs, just walking down the crowded street. I have heard anecdotal stories of people policing each other's behavior perhaps a bit too enthusiastically and intrusively, but for the most part, I saw people being very patient with each other. On the other hand, the increased instances of racial hostility, particularly to women of Asian descent, has been very disturbing. I heard stories of Asian women being called names on buses, publicly humiliated, people refusing to sit beside them. I heard stories of Asian women being swarmed on SkyTrain platforms. As one constituent told me, what hurt her the most was the silence and the apparent complicity of other passengers. So some members of my community decided to do something about that. We gathered at my community office and made signs that said, "I won't mind my business when I see racism. Anti-racism is everybody's business," or "see something, say something," or "be more than a bystander," "stand with Asians," "stop racism." And we walked over to the Brentwood SkyTrain station at rush hour and held up our signs where commuters were coming and going through the turnstiles. We did this every Friday afternoon, and the response from the traveling public was very positive. We encountered a few curious questions, but no hostility. And there are so many other ways that people of Burnaby North have stepped up to take care of each other. We have consistently had one of the highest vaccination rates. First, the vaccine clinic at what is now called the Christine Sinclair Centre, and then the drive-through vaccination centre at BCIT, both located in Burnaby North, moved people through so efficiently and with such professionalism. So many of my constituents were vaccinated and or tested at these locations, and they were impressed and reassured by their experience. I also want to give a shout out to the Burnaby Primary Care Network. I remember being invited to a Zoom meeting early in the pandemic. It became a regular weekly meeting of frontline service providing organizations like Burnaby Family Life, the North Burnaby Neighbourhood House, Burnaby Division of Family Practice, Progressive Housing, Burnaby Community Services, Mosaic, Burnaby Community Schools. And they came together weekly to identify potentially vulnerable sectors of our community: the homeless, seniors living alone, new immigrants, renters, women facing domestic violence, people who'd lost their incomes, or were otherwise living on the edge. We began meeting regularly to explore and implement solutions and supports. The Burnaby Division of Family Practice played a leadership role, and I remember asking them, what is the Burnaby Primary Care Network, and where does it fit into these meetings that we're having every week? And the answer was, this is the Burnaby Primary Care Network. The Burnaby Primary Care Network is the community, and it is a model that is unique to Burnaby and one that other communities hope to emulate. I want to thank the Burnaby firefighters and North Burnaby Neighbourhood House for mobilizing such a massive scale to make sure every family had enough nutritious food to get through the crisis. My husband and I were so moved by this outpouring of the community stepping up to help each other that we began making regular deliveries on behalf of the Food Hub. And I want to give a special shout out to a healthcare worker who, after a 16-hour shift, stood in line at Costco for more than an hour so she could buy food to donate to the Burnaby Food Hub. Speaker, the willingness and capacity for citizens to take care of each other is a hallmark of civilization. Some hearing me say this might be thinking, but I thought it was the role of government. I thought it was your job to take care of us. I thought you were opposed to previous governments' hands-off, let the market decide, survival of the fittest approach to governing. I think the role of government is to provide a socioeconomic framework, an infrastructure within which people and families can make the decisions that will allow them to thrive and feel mutually connected and safe with their neighbours. I think the role of government is to create an environment within which members of society don't feel they must compete with each other for limited resources in order to just survive. I think the role of government is to create an environment that promotes social solidarity. And Mr. Speaker, this throne speech lays the groundwork for a future in British Columbia in which everyone can be confident they will thrive, knowing they will do so because everyone else is thriving too. Some members have sneered at this throne speech. They've called it empty rhetoric that lacks detail. But with due respect, I disagree, Mr. Speaker. This throne speech does what throne speeches are designed to do. It spells out the direction our government intends to take. And yes, it does represent a course correction. It corrects the dog-eat-dog, survival of the fittest direction, which has been, the people of British Columbia have been taking for generations. So let's take another look at the throne speech with that perspective in mind. The throne speech highlights government's plan to support people, whether they are rebuilding after fires and floods or simply getting through this difficult wave of COVID-19, keeping people healthy and safe through the rest of the pandemic, and building a people-centered recovery will continue to be top priorities for the government. BC has one of the highest vaccination rates in North America and the strongest economic recovery in Canada, with more people working today than when the pandemic hit. And that's why our focus has been and will continue to be on investing to help make life better for people. In the year ahead, government will continue to improve health care, fight climate change, and help communities prepare for extreme weather, make everyday life more affordable, and train people for the jobs of the future. More BC families will have access to affordable housing and childcare as we are doubling the number of $10 a day spaces, cutting childcare fees for many families in half, and increasing the supply of homes for middle-class families. Regular and reliable increases to minimum wage will build on actions to bring down the cost of living, like eliminating MSP premiums and reducing ICBC rates by an average of almost $500 a year. Our government knows we can't cut our way to a better future. Building a stronger BC is not about pulling back, it's about moving us forward together. We have been through a lot together, and no doubt there will be more challenges ahead. But if we look out for each other, we have shown we can overcome anything that gets thrown our way. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm excited about what British Columbians can do together in the coming years to secure a safe, healthy, comfortable future for everyone. We are fortunate to have a government at this historic time who has a vision of a just and equal society and the wherewithal to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's indeed a privilege to speak to the 2022 throne speech. I do want to start by, first off, of course, bringing my greetings from Caribou-Chilcotin, as you know, the most beautiful riding, of course, in British Columbia. And I want to express my thanks also to staff, Jenny Huffman in Williams Lake and Bev Marks in 100 Mile House are unbelievable at what they do. And certainly the task that has been before both of them in the riding has been daunting for the last year, as it has been throughout British Columbia. And I am grateful for their commitment to the people of Caribou-Chilcotin and certainly the help that they offer me every single day. I also want to just remind people in Caribou-Chilcotin just how well they're looked after. And there is also part of a team here in Victoria as well, made up of Hannah Levitt, Kevin Dixon, and Abigail Uher. And again, these are devoted, committed people that work every day to represent and help me to represent Caribou-Chilcotin. So I'm extremely grateful to them as well. Mr. Speaker, as much as I looked forward to the happy thoughts of another throne speech, I have to say that, and we've heard obviously multiple sides to the speech, but I have an alarmingly different take on what is happening on the ground and what appears to be being ignored in some cases by this government. It's been suggested in the throne speech that brighter days are ahead. And as far as a forecast is concerned, that's really all I really heard. I, just like all British Columbians, hope that's the case, because I can tell you that the sense I get at the ground level from certainly residents in Caribou-Chilcotin is that they're at their wits' end. And I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that they are different than many British Columbians. They are frustrated. We have seen our constituents and certainly people in my riding and province and even the country, of course, divided on issues, angry, sad, very emotional. All of those have been conveyed to me on a daily basis. And when I hear the throne speech talk about things of the past year and hopefully point to something in the future, I really didn't get much of a message beyond there are brighter days ahead. We're living in a time where we find ourselves waiting for operations in our healthcare system longer. Now, we've heard contrary to that repeatedly in this House, but I can assure you that we have advocated for many people that are stuck in a healthcare system that in many ways is struggling, certainly for the people in Caribou-Chilcotin. We've had serious warnings over the past year with respect to the potential for our healthcare system not to be able to serve in a situation of serious emergency. Now, that has been in Caribou-Chilcotin. It's also been, of course, throughout rural BC, where we've actually seen hospitals closed at times. Many shortages, and these closures have created a massive struggle for residents in rural BC. We're living in a time of fear with respect to our forest industry. And while we've been told bills like 23 and 28, along with old growth deferrals, are a pathway to a better future, the government must concede that people have a right to be concerned and worried. I've painted a picture before in this House of what my community looks like. And I'd like to just briefly paint that picture again. In Williams Lake, there are 6 mill-type operations within the district boundaries, in the city limits of our community. In the South Caribou and Williams Lake, in 100 Mile rather, there is a large mill. In the West Chilcotin, there is a large mill. You would be extremely hard-pressed to walk through any part of Caribou-Chilcotin and speak to people that are not worried about what's going on with respect to our forests. And they have a different take on the throne speech. Mr. Speaker, I've written regarding the unintended consequences of some of the deferrals and the damage that's being done to log home producers in my riding. And again, I don't think this is unique to Caribou-Chilcotin. The damage has been caused because of the way old growth deferrals were introduced to this province, and the fact is it's tightened up the market. Now, we've talked, and the minister has talked a lot about value-added sector, how it could improve, and how we can grow that sector. But in this case, this unintended consequence has really hurt these businesses. One of those businesses has been in operation for almost 4 decades. And he has told me in no uncertain terms that this is the most frightened he has ever been in his business life. And it is because he has orders to build homes next year, or this year, I suppose, but cannot get the logs because the industry has tightened up and because industry will not share those logs with these builders. It would be hard, Mr. Speaker, to deny the woodlot owners who I have met with repeatedly and again have conveyed my thoughts to the ministry with respect to what is happening in regard to their businesses, their operations. And it's been suggested to me on multiple occasions from the woodlot Federation that if you want to see how to manage forests in this project or in this province, then you should take a look at the forests that our members manage. And I've seen some of those forests. They are incredible, and they're sustainable, and they have a different outlook. But again, it's an unintended consequence of what legislation from this place can have on the residents of this province. Again, I can't stress it enough, the suggestion that you could walk through Caribou-Chilcotin talking to people that are affected in some way, it's going to be almost impossible to find people that aren't. But I also have mentioned the connection to the cities and to the Lower Mainland. And in a recent speech, read out many operators that could be affected in the Lower Mainland as well. There's been suggestion of transition, and we've seen the transition happen in the past, and it's worked moderately, no question about it. But the way these bills and the way the old growth deferrals have been presented, it could catch a lot of people in the lurch. And what I mean by that is that it's one thing to transition someone at 50 or 60 years old to a new career or to a pension, but it's completely another when you want to transition someone that's 40 or 50 and that may be on the hook for millions of dollars of debt because they're working in this industry with very serious investments. And that is happening. And it's not just happening in Caribou-Chilcotin. It's happening throughout our province. People are afraid, and they definitely are looking for those brighter days ahead. Mr. Speaker, businesses have struggled through what has been an unbelievably difficult time. Orders which have been extremely difficult on tourism, restaurants, and of course the last severe closure of gyms, dance studios, yoga studios. The funding has fallen short. And for most of these businesses, the last 2 years has been an absolute struggle, with complete closure at the end of December being a near-death experience for them. Funding models that don't cover costs, let alone the income for the owners, their outlook on this throne speech also has been quite different than the government's. I question the funding models that have come over the past year, and if there's anything that I could ask for or hope for, that if we continue along this path, that these funding models make sense to businesses, that they make sense, that they're accessible. We spoke the other day with respect to the gym funding, 99 employees to qualify for the top of that funding model, which was $10,000. Honestly, the $10,000 would maybe keep some of the operators in Caribou-Chilcotin alive. The problem is they couldn't qualify for most of it. And these were businesses that were closed completely. I'm not questioning the fact that they should have been closed or they shouldn't have been closed, but I am suggesting that if the government is going to legislate or through a public health order close these businesses, that they have to help. The speech reminded us of the removal of medical premiums. Now, that's certainly not forward-looking, and it didn't happen in the last year. And I hate to say it, but those medical premiums didn't simply just vanish. They came back as a tax on business. And it's not fair to say that they just disappeared. One way or the other, people of British Columbia are funding this Medicare system. We spoke about paid sick days for employees. Again, something I'm not opposed to. But the throne speech did not acknowledge the added pressure that this has placed on businesses. And this seems to be a reoccurring theme over the last couple of years. I'm not questioning the fact that we have 5 days of sick time. But what I am questioning, Mr. Speaker, is the timing. during a pandemic, when we tried or attempted to fund other things, why would we put this added pressure on businesses that have done their level best to try to reinvent themselves and to live and operate inside the public health orders that have been bestowed upon them? I had hoped for a vision, but words are just that, and I don't hear words outlining clearly or explaining what the future will hold, other than these simply brighter days ahead. And it would be wrong, Mr. Speaker, to not mention our climate and new definitions. Heat domes and atmospheric rivers and terms like flash freeze have people in British Columbia, and in fact all parts of rural and urban BC, they're afraid to look at weather reports. Clean BC was mentioned. Now, I know exactly what Clean BC is, but it was mentioned, and we have watched helplessly in this province as a freighter stuck on the shores of Vancouver. We have a company called Heritage Bricks that's teamed up with Lego to make your own freighter stuck on our shore. It's obscene that this has been allowed to continue. We watched right here as blocks away. We watched helplessly as another container ship burned for days in a Victoria Harbour. It dumped dozens of containers overboard, leaving a horrendous mess. And it was volunteers that cleaned that up as well. We've watched helplessly as wildfire has consumed our landscape, as floods and mudslides have ripped our province apart, and heat domes ended life for so many of our residents. In all of these cases, residents and volunteers have kicked into overdrive. We've heard on multiple occasions about these volunteers that have done an incredible job of helping one another. All too often, we're finding ourselves in Caribou-Chilcotin now, having to pack our bags in late spring and leaving them at your back door until fall. We have seen so many horrendous events that have resulted in serious human loss, and with damage to infrastructure and loss of precious resources, massive loss in our forests, hundreds of thousands of hectares, millions perhaps over the last decade that have been consumed by wildfire, and many people, businesses, ranches struggle to be funded and helped by this government. And we argue and debate that in this place. But I can prove and show examples of people and businesses that are continuing to struggle. I met with a rancher last weekend that still has not received even an answer from a ministry. His ranch was consumed by fire, much of it, in late summer. And we have been working with the ministry to get a decent response for this rancher. Forget about the money. We're having a difficult time getting a letter back or a response. We have to do better here. We really must. This rancher has been trying to mend miles of fence, plant fields, and make up for loss of cattle. And while the government speaks of great days ahead in the throne speech, we're advocating for them to fix their own fences on Crown land, to seed the Crown range that has been burnt and consumed by fire. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is a massive issue. And again, it's been discussed in this House. We have to do this work. I applaud the work of firefighters, pilots, support staff, but we were outgunned last year, and we've been outgunned before, and we have to see better results. We must provide better results to the people of British Columbia to protect our very valuable resource that is our land and forest, and certainly the private property. We continue to see staggering losses in Lytton and Monty Lake, ignored or at the very least put away somewhere where it's not to be discussed, even while these residents are pleading. We have heard the MLA for Fraser-Nicola plead in this House, beg for help for these residents. We've heard presentations from groups that want to rebuild Lytton as one of the first fire-smart communities in Canada. I think that that is an incredible opportunity to set the bar for rebuilding a town like Lytton. Mr. Speaker, we've even heard from insurers in this country, and we've heard them pleading with the government to get moving. And why? Because insurance policies expire. Many of them may expire within 2 years. Well, we're 7 months into it now. What's worse is that the value of those homes that has been protected, they're losing the value because of increasing costs, as we've talked about, again, much in this House. So certainly, brighter days for Lytton and places like Monty Lake would be hoped for certain. An exciting throne speech with an abundance of great things to come, but what about the residents of the Sumas Prairie? Many who have lost so much and are still waiting for help. Merritt, another community, also waiting for help, still after months of communities. Months, they still need help. A community like Merritt has dealt with fire, flooding, and having it all frozen in place. The challenges there are unbelievable. Mr. Speaker, a government that appears as though they will remove choice and service and funding for families that struggle with the complexities of raising autistic children. I've had an opportunity to visit Blue Sky Autism Center in Lone Butte on 2 or 3 occasions. It's unbelievable the commitment that they have to families and children. But in rural BC, you must know that people travel for hours now to get that service. A place like Anaheim Lake in the West Chilcotin is 3 or 4 hours west of Williams Lake, which would normally be its service center. If these hubs are to move to a place like Kamloops or Prince George, can you just imagine the challenge that a family dealing with a child with autistic needs will be faced with? And think about how many of those children will simply go without? How many of those families will go without? We have to rethink, we have to stop and rethink what we're doing with things that are like hub models in many cases, but certainly with respect to autism and the funding that is currently being reconsidered in this House. I don't want to leave out the opioid crisis, Mr. Speaker. It's a serious situation, and often it's discussed in this place and discussed with respect to larger cities like Vancouver. But the fact is, this is a very serious situation in rural BC. And in rural BC, and certainly in Caribou Chilcotin, we have very little resources to deal with the challenges that these folks face. We need a better commitment with respect to the roads in Caribou Chilcotin and with respect to the roads in rural BC. We have spoke on many occasions, and it's hard for me to believe that this has not been discussed in a greater detail in throne speeches, budget speeches. The simple fact is that I'm not the only MLA that has faced these challenges. But in Caribou Chilcotin and in other areas, I know that the MLA from Caribou North has spoken quite passionately with respect to roads that are impassable in areas. Last year, we advocated to have a road from Tatla west fixed that had 100 kilometers of frost heaves. And it took the entire summer to get to a point where we could actually have that fixed, and it was a temporary fix. We have to do better with our roads. Those roads are part of connectivity, and I want to talk a little bit about connectivity, but the fact is those roads connect us to everything that we've talked about in the throne speech, whether it be hubs, whether it be their larger centers. Connectivity has not been committed to in a great way by this government. And when I speak of connectivity, I want to talk about the fact that in the West Chilcotin, our emergency services are still using ham radios. Now, I would love to hear how many people in this place represent ridings that are having ambulances and fire people still communicating with ham radios. I know that it's a few, Mr. Speaker. I know that it is a few. And to me, that's shocking. We have to commit, particularly in a time when the government has moved many services online and are considering moving more with respect to healthcare and other things. We have to provide connectivity for rural British Columbia, and certainly I am here to ask for that for Caribou-Chilcotin. I want to touch a little bit on wildlife management because to me there is a lot of confusion about wildlife management in this province, just like there is with what's happening on the landscape. And I think, as I said in the first part of my speech, that there is a disconnect from here to what is actually happening on the ground. When we talked about wildfires a few weeks or months back, I had asked for seeding and different things in the Crown Range. I know that there are areas that simply has not happened. And I know that there are areas in the South Caribou where you can look as far as the eye can see and see nothing but noxious weeds, invasive weeds. And these weeds now are everywhere through the Caribou-Chilcotin. It's unbelievable. And I know that, again, this is happening in other areas. We have to do a much better of understanding what is happening on our landscape with respect to the lands and forests, but also our wildlife. The member from Kootenay East spoke quite passionately about this the other day, and I thank him for that because, again, these are numbers that we don't seem to understand fully, and we have to understand them better in the future. Mr. Speaker, I just want to take a quick moment to also thank frontline workers. And I think frontline workers is a pretty wide range of people, I think, as we found coming through COVID-19. I want to thank the frontline workers that are obvious, our nurses, doctors, all of those folks. But I also want to thank the cashiers that have continued to serve us, even when I've witnessed myself rude behavior, aggressive behavior. I want to thank the cashiers that have borne the brunt of frustration and anger. I want to thank the small businesses, particularly of Caribou-Chilcotin, because I know so many of them have worked so incredibly hard to reinvent themselves and continue to provide services, whether those be restaurants, shops, it doesn't matter. They have worked unbelievably hard in light of the public health orders to continue to serve. I want to thank the delivery personnel that continue to bring us goods every single day. I want to thank firefighters and search and rescue teams and other emergency groups that continue to protect us as well. I want to thank the churches, another incredible volunteer group that when we had challenges finding cool places for people to stay in Caribou-Chilcotin, they stepped up and got water and turned on the air conditioning and allowed people to come in and cool down. I want to thank the community groups that try so hard also to reinvent themselves, parades and different events that have really tried to create community pride during this incredibly difficult time. People like Donna Burnett and Hunter Mile who absolutely were committed to having a Christmas parade and figured ways to do it with the permission of the Public Health Office and with the support of many local people. There's no question, Mr. Speaker, I am a grateful resident of this province, and I consider myself lucky to live in Caribou-Chilcotin, but I must say I really feel like we could do so much better in the throne speech, and I have big hope for the budget coming up next week. I definitely look forward to hearing about all of the topics that I have placed as dear to my heart, but I certainly think that we could do a little bit better. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Vancouver Falls Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the members opposite for his comments on the throne speech, one of which I simply must take issue with. While I'm sure your riding is lovely, I happen to represent Vancouver Falls Creek, which is the most beautiful riding in the province, without question, so that must be corrected.
No points of order, anyone?
Begins.
No?
It's a true honor to rise in the House today to speak in response to the throne speech. There's a number of areas in this throne speech that are of particular relevance to the riding I represent, Vancouver Falls Creek, that I'm both privileged and honored to represent here in the House. In no particular order, they are tying the minimum wage to inflation, recognizing our shared history, childcare, and of course, housing. So in the throne speech, we announced that we will be, in the future, linking rises in minimum wage to the rate of inflation. And this is an important issue in my riding because we have more restaurants per capita than any other riding in British Columbia. But I also have many constituents who are restaurant owners and many constituents who work in restaurants. So it's important to explore this change and look at what it means. Currently, the minimum wage is set at $15.20 per hour for both the general minimum wage and the liquor server minimum wage. In fact, the liquor server minimum wage has been eliminated. It was previously at $13.95, and we know this lower wage disproportionately affected women in the province. I'd like to share with you the words of one of my constituents named Jody, who said the following. It made a difference knowing that the government actually listens and cares about workers. People don't know that if you don't tip your server, it actually takes money out of their pockets. Increasing the minimum wage across the board, it made me feel better about going to work. It affirmed my place in society and that my work actually matters. It's definitely a step in the right direction. Jody is her real name, but we use it with permission. So I want to talk a little bit about this perceived conflict that raising the minimum wage is bad for business, that somehow raising the minimum wage will lead to price inflation and so drive inflation, while at the same time we're tying the minimum wage to inflation, creating a risky circle. So while the arguments for what's referred to as wage push inflation exist, I spent a lot of time reading about this. It was really interesting to read both sides of this debate and the economists who comment on it. And in the end, the empirical evidence to back the arguments that wage push inflation will result aren't very strong. Historically, minimum wage increases have only had a very weak association with inflationary pressures on prices in the economy. An example is from 2016, research from W.E. Upjohn Institute for Employment Research found that using monthly price series, the pass-through effect is entirely concentrated on the month that the minimum wage change goes into effect, and much smaller than what the canonical literature has found. Their research examined the effect of prices on minimum wage increase in various states in the U.S. from 1978 to 2015, longitudinal research. It was intended to explore the magnitude of the pass-through effect and to add to the discussion about how different policies may shape the effect that minimum wage increases have on prices. Their first main finding was that wage price elasticities are notably lower than reported in previous work. We find that prices grow by 0.36%, less than 0.5%, for every 10% increase of the minimum wage. Moreover, increases in prices following minimum wage hikes generally have occurred only in the month following the minimum wage hike, and not in the months before or the months after. Based on their research, they also make the claim that a small minimum wage hike between 5 and 15% does not lead to higher prices. On the other hand, large minimum wage hikes have a clear positive effect on output prices, which can ripple through to higher consumer prices. So the bottom line, is raising the minimum wage a good idea for the economy? And it depends on what sources you consult. While some claim that raising the minimum wage to an excessively high rate would exert inflation pressures on the economy, research shows that keeping it in pace with inflation has very minimal effect. But it sure has an effect for those who make minimum wage, the most vulnerable in our society. I also want to speak about shared history. This one is really, it's been on my mind so much lately. I recently did some research into Hogan's Alley, and then when I started researching for this on shared history, I couldn't help but notice the commonality that many of the folks who helped build this province, their communities have been decimated, either intentionally or by fire. And it's a really common experience. It's happened all across North America. And it's really, I think, a story of vulnerable communities being valued less than other communities. And it's simply tragic. I know for myself, growing up in the Nanaimo, geez, I didn't know anything about our Chinese history. I really didn't. And there is such rich Chinese history. There were incredible contributions by Chinese Canadians in every aspect in that town's history, from coal mining, which of course it was based on, to fisheries, to forestry, to general commerce. I mean, just contribution after contribution, none of which I, as a white settler, was aware of. I did know there had been a fire. I did know that many lives were lost. I remember hearing that the first fire, that the Chinese lives that were lost, they didn't even know people's names to inform people back in China. They only had their reference numbers. I mean, this is appalling. So from my perspective as a white settler, especially as someone growing up in a small town, when you don't have a lot of money to travel, you don't have the same opportunity to have intercultural experiences and learn more about other cultures. And it's so important that there's somewhere where you can do that. I think this was taken from us as white settlers when the Nanaimo's Chinatown burned to the ground in 1960 and was never rebuilt, and folks were scattered or left the community altogether. But more importantly, from the perspective of the Chinese community, it must have been devastating. It destroyed the community. And there are stories like this throughout British Columbia from settlers from all parts of the world. How wonderful is it that the work is afoot to create a place of permanence, where we are able to go and learn and celebrate and appreciate one of the key and integral cultures that created modern BC, the Chinese community. The Chinese Canadian Museum will recognize our shared history. The Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture announced $27.5 million to buy the historic Wing Sang building in Vancouver's Chinatown to become the future home of the Chinese Canadian Museum. This move will help to revitalize Vancouver's Chinatown, celebrate our ethnic diversity. This will be Canada's first Chinese museum, and there are free opportunities to learn about history and the places where it happened. The Chinese Museum will be a testament to the Chinese Canadian experience, contributions, and heritage by telling stories through the diverse voice of Chinese Canadians. The Chinese Canadian Museum will reflect the vibrant communities that emerge over the many decades as Chinese Canadians have settled in British Columbia. The museum will show the vast cultural festivals, the cultural traditions that our Chinese Canadian neighbors, friends, and families practice, and help deepen the understanding and caring that we have for each other. And this understanding and caring has never been more in demand. The rise in anti-Asian racism during COVID-19 is unacceptable and offensive to all British Columbians, and we must come together to counter it. Knowledge, education are powerful tools in the battle against prejudice, and one that we can all adopt and act on. I'd also like to speak about the importance of childcare. Like so many places across our beautiful province, my riding of Vancouver Falls Creek is full of growing families. Unlike when the BC Liberal government was in power and destroyed the sector of early childhood development, our government has invested nearly $15 million in ECE support just in my riding. Not to mention the tens of millions of dollars invested across British Columbia. From the cost savings of growing families to newly licensed childcare spaces to early childhood educators receiving wage increases, there's light on the horizon to reestablish a thriving early childhood education industry. However, we're not out of the woods yet due to COVID-19 and rising inflation. Parents have talked to me about the rising costs of food, making it difficult for families to survive and thrive in the riding, and of course, the cost of housing. Families in my riding have saved through fee reductions and benefits $6,456,397. And total early childhood educators getting a raise through our wage enhancement program, $525,625 going to 31 ECEs. These are significant, very significant numbers, Mr. Speaker. Provincially, we've invested a historic $2 billion in childcare in our first 3 years of the Childcare BC plan. And with Budget 2021 around the corner, with Budget 2021, we're investing an additional $233 million over 3 years that will help families throughout our province, bringing the total investment in childcare since 2018 to $2.3 billion. Total amount that parents have saved through fee reductions and benefits over $688 million. And the total number of funded spaces, nearly 26,000, which is the fastest space creation in BC's history. The total number of early childhood educators getting a raise through our wage enhancement, which is over 62 million, is going to 13,000 ECEs. The total number of bursaries for students pursuing a career in childcare, over 16 million, or 8,000 bursaries. Since the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic, we invested more than $320 million to support over 4,500 childcare centres. I must speak on housing. As we talked about in a motion earlier this week, there are few files in government that point to the differences in political philosophy between the BC Liberals and the BC NDP than housing. And I argue that a free enterprise perspective which allows the market to sort things out, in fact, has failed dramatically and is really largely responsible for the difficulty we're in today. Trickle-down economics simply doesn't work. A free market without intervention got us here. But it's not the whole story. And I'm referring to an interesting podcast which I enjoyed by Jill Attlee, providing background and context. When we think of buying and renting as separate activities from each other, we actually aren't thinking about housing correctly, in my view, in her view. There's actually a very strong relationship between them, of course. They're interconnected. They're part of the same housing ecosystem. Federal incentives for purpose-built housing were cancelled in the early 1980s, and the feds withdrew from affordable housing in 1993. We simply were not building purpose-built rentals in this province for far too long. We relied for a bit on the secondary market, which looked like people renting out suites and garages. But once the cost of entry to buying a house rose so dramatically, there were more and more demand for rentals because working people were being priced out of home ownership, staying in rentals longer, and adding serious stress then on the rental market. All of the homes that should have been built over the decade and a half of free market liberal governance and weren't, so all those middle-class folks who were getting priced out of ownership and staying in rental longer and longer were now competing with those of moderate and low income for rental stock. And those of low and moderate income are pushed more and more into precarious housing, and for some, they're getting pushed out of the housing system entirely. Think of it as a ladder, and those with the least money are getting pushed down the steps one at a time until they're finally pushed off the lower rung. People are spending larger portions of their income on rent, having to forego other basic necessities each month, and becoming that much closer to homelessness. Add to this mix a loss of existing lower-cost rentals in the market due to a rise in institutional investment, investors looking for higher returns on their investments, leading to huge escalations in rents, chasing higher income renters through rent evictions, leaving the lower income folks in an even more precarious state. And there are additional factors, such as a squeeze on supply happening sometimes because investor class benefits from a really tight rental market. And of course, BC is a very desirable place to live, and as we all know, folks from other parts of Canada and other parts of the world migrate here, creating pressure. And while it's good for our economy and we welcome people, we also do know it does add to the pressure. So as you can see, the problem isn't one thing. It's a tumultuous storm of factors, and government intervention is needed more than ever before. The pandemic has been a shock to our housing markets here in British Columbia, and thankfully, we began to bring some stability to these markets when we took office, or else the impacts would have been far worse. In the year ahead, we're going to work with local governments to speed up approvals and seek new tools to curb speculation, moving more underutilized units into the market. This session, our Finance Minister will be introducing a cooling-off period and is looking at other measures to reduce the pressure on people wanting to buy a home. However, this is in complete contrast to what the opposition wants to do. The newly appointed BC Liberal leader, Kevin Falcon, has said that he will cancel the speculation tax and turn 18,000 homes back into empty condos. For my riding, Vancouver Falls Creek, it can't be underestimated how important that rental stock is. We're 61,000 people in the riding, 56% are renters. Much of those 18,000 condos are in my riding, in fact. Our riding is made up of 96% apartments or condos, and only 4% of homes have doorbells. We're a community of condo towers, and it's not unusual for a 500 square foot condo to cost $1 million. Even well-paid professionals can't enter the housing market as a purchase, so renting is so necessary. And unlike Falcon's desire to get rid of the spec tax, we are in fact going to see new tools to curb speculation, moving more underutilized units into the market. We must remember that homes are for people, not speculators. But in talking about the speculation tax, don't just take my word for it. On February 15th, the Vancouver Sun published an article entitled, "Astonishing Drop of Number of Empty Homes Not Occupied by Usual Residents in Metro Vancouver, According to Census." In this article, Andy Yan of Simon Fraser University points out the number of houses sitting empty over the last 5 years has declined. That's from census data. It dropped by 10% from 2016 to 2021. And it's really interesting when you contrast this to Toronto, which he does in the article. In Toronto, you're not seeing that drop. There was a time when Vancouver's housing market was in fact more difficult to enter than Toronto's, but that has shifted now. Vancouver is behind Toronto, and that's very likely due to the speculation tax that the opposition would like to axe. Last week, 130 more units have been announced in my riding, Vancouver Falls Creek, and we have 10 times more housing underway right now than the old government when they left government. Nearly 32,000 new affordable homes complete or underway, and we're continuing those investments. And we're going to take the next steps to work with local government to speed up approvals. So let me remind you, Kevin Falcon would get rid of the tax that's been so important for my riding, and that is simply a move in the wrong direction. So speaking of British Columbians not having access to rental stocks, reminds me of Josie's story. She's a constituent in Vancouver Falls Creek who's a new resident in Olympic Village. She works in HR in a tech startup in Gastown, and over the past year, she sent out more than 100 applications for rent and only had 9 places that got back to her, 9%. So like many of our constituents, she's a single woman, a person of color, and she feels that that made it even more challenging for her to secure a rental. Just 2 days ago, after more than a year of searching, and being turned down from rental after rental, she's found a place in Olympic Village. However, like many single people in our province, it's very hard to afford $2,000 a month rent. I hear stories like this every day, which speaks volumes to the unaffordability of the housing market and the rental market, not only in Vancouver, I'm sure, but throughout the province. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to speak to the challenge of permitting new housing developments. The speed at which developments can occur is a huge issue in our province. In many cases, it takes years for a new development to be permitted, approved, and constructed, from shovels in the ground to keys in the door. The red tape and bureaucracy are no small undertaking. Local governments know they have work to do to speed up this process. In the year ahead, we're going to be working with local governments on approval speed up and much needed housing builds as quickly as possible. We've already made legislative changes that will make this process faster, but there's much more to do. The ministers responsible are exploring every single option to make sure we're doing everything we can to get people the housing they need. All British Columbians deserve a place to call home and to have a roof over their head. And as a government, we can and will do better to make this a reality. British Columbians, folks in Vancouver Falls Creek, deserve to have a home, and that's what we're working on, both demand side and supply side, to make this a reality. Housing, childcare, increased cultural understanding and respect, and tying the minimum wage to the rate of inflation are areas that I've highlighted in my response to the throne because I think they're so significant. The impact will be so positive for the people of Vancouver Falls Creek, who I'm deeply honored to represent in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. When I was younger, I used to spend a lot of time on my family's farm up in northern Alberta. And one of my favorite people in the world was my step-grandfather. I'd walk into the house when I was 10, 11, 12, and I would use his full name, much to his chagrin, because I would call out, Delmer Eugene. My grandfather was an amazing man, and he would take me to rodeos. We would sit in the stands, and he would know every single horse by name, as well as the cowboy or cowgirl who rode them. He almost knew everyone in the entire stadium by name. Now, my granddad was a farmer, but his true love was horses. And as we would go through those rodeo grounds, he would tell me about who were real cowboys and girls and who were the posers. One day, I was probably about 13 or 14, I asked him, how can you tell? He explained, you see that one over there, wearing a shirt that still has a crease with a brand new jeans and a shiny belt buckle? His hat looks new. Well, he's a pretender. He's got all the right gear, but none of the work or action of a cowboy. And then over there, that one, well, his boots are worn in, calluses on his hands, dirt ground into his jeans that won't ever come out, with a shirt that's been washed 100 times. Now that's a cowboy. He knows the work that it takes to break a horse and the job of a ranch. He taught me how to tell when something was real or fake, to not be wooed by words, but to look at the effects of work, to look at the results. Well, let me tell you, this throne speech was creased, brand new and super shiny. But it doesn't have the work done. It isn't activated, and it isn't making a difference in the lives of British Columbians. This throne speech is a lot about talk, but not about action. And as we know, talk is cheap. Action is everything. So what isn't this throne speech about? It's not about the climate. We don't need more platitudes and promises and plans. The stakes are too high. What's happened between last year's throne speech and this one? Well, the government's lack of action and preparedness for impending climate disasters destroyed livelihoods and cost lives. Heat dome deaths deaths in fire, deaths in the floods, deaths. We have a plan, but we need action. This is not just about ideology. This is about reality, a reality that needs to be managed, a reality that is costing the lives of British Columbians. And not only do we need to lessen our carbon footprint, we also need to plan for climate emergencies. There have been unanswered reports on the Sumas floodplain and how flooding needs to be mitigated. And rather than helping with implementation, this NDP government has done nothing. And it's ended up costing hundreds of thousands of animals' lives, threatened food security, disrupted our supply chains, and will take farmers and residents decades to recover from. All this while costing double or triple what those mitigation plans might have cost had they been enacted. And where was this NDP government during the heat dome? Why did nearly 600 British Columbians lose their lives in that heat wave when in Portland, there were only 16 deaths? Why were there large announcements in the jurisdictions and warnings in Washington and Oregon and California? And here? Well, here we were doing a victory lap. We were a little giddy. And I'm sorry, but I'm not content to say that, quote, fatalities are a part of life, end quote. There should have been planning, risk mitigation, emergency readiness and preparedness, alarms and alerts sent out to everyone's phones. You know what my 85-year-old in-laws have? Cell phones. You know what they also do? They live alone. You know what they also don't have? Air conditioning. They could have been alerted. And they were not. Instead, this NDP government sat on its heels and did victory laps. And now, if we had an ambulance service that could actually serve all of our communities in BC, well, then maybe we could have gotten to them in time. But we didn't, because we don't have capacity. Then let's talk about the fires. Because in my riding, you could hardly breathe at times this summer. Does this have an effect on the quality of our life and on health? Absolutely. Not to mention tourism, wildlife, infrastructure, emergency measures, and our GDP. So let's talk about the costs of these fires. Because yes, there's the indirect cost that I just spoke of, but there's also a direct cost. February 2021 BC budget allocated $136 million for firefighting expenditures. As of the first quarterly update, that estimated cost has risen to $881 million. This is a new record, topping the $615 million spent in 2018 and the $649 million spent in 2017. And as Mark Lee from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives notes, and I quote, budgeting an amount that is only 1/3 the real costs in recent years is a budgetary form of climate change denial, a belief that an extreme wildfire season only happens rarely rather than being a new normal for the province, end quote. And then, let's talk about the greenhouse gases emitted from a fire. Now, we don't have the numbers for 2021 yet, but let's talk about 2018, because it was 200 million tons of CO2. In comparison, BC's official greenhouse gas tally for the same year was 68 million tons. That's right. Our forest fire season, which is not calculated in our total, was actually 3 times what all of BC emissions amounts to. That's 3 times the emissions from powering our homes, our vehicles, our industries. And then came the floods. As if the trauma from the pandemic, the heat dome, and the fires was not enough. The floods, well, they tipped us over the edge. Loss of life, massive loss of infrastructure, and a complete disruption to the supply chain. Panic, empty shelves, families separated, businesses destroyed, homes destroyed, reserves wiped out, cities shut down, people evacuated again. People running from their homes and for their lives. And for anyone who has, like my colleague who spoke just before me, if you've ever packed your bag to run from your home and away from a fire before, you understand how disruptive that is. It's not a minor inconvenience. You are running for your life. So how effective is our climate action plan? Well, this provincial government was completely flat-footed when it came to emergency preparedness. So yes, our emissions are going up. Every single year this NDP government has been in power. But so have our emergencies. So to the countless British Columbians who want to see real climate action to protect our environment and our province's future, well, all we've seen is cheap talk and little definitive action. A shiny belt buckle, but no real cowboy in sight. Now let's talk about childcare. Because this throne speech did mention childcare. These aren't real spaces. You don't just take an existing space, register and license it, and then count it a new space. That's not a new space. It's not a new creation. So the number of 26,000 is nothing more than a shiny belt buckle. The real number, as evidenced in estimates, is 6,300 in 4.5 years. That is 1,575 on average a year. The BC Liberals in our last 2 years in power built more in the city of Surrey than that number. So we haven't seen these spaces materialize. My riding is net negative childcare spaces since this NDP government came into power. And my childcare providers are desperate for a plan that works. But you know who's also desperate? My constituents. My constituents who cannot find childcare. My constituents that have been on wait lists for 5 years in 12 different childcare providers. So perhaps in Vancouver Falls Creek, they're getting new childcare spaces, but not in Kelowna. And we're predicting job opportunities, and we see job openings, but families can't take advantage of them. They can't unless there's accessible and affordable childcare. So we've heard the hollow promises of this NDP government on how they're going to get those new spaces opened, but I don't know how they're going to do that while trying to close down the private spaces. Because even in Quebec, who is a great example for us of how they've done public daycare, they rely on the private sector. Talk is cheap. Shifting numbers is a shell game. Action is everything. Then there's the cost of living. Cost of living has skyrocketed. Food is more expensive, homes are more expensive, life is more expensive. So how is this government doing on its plan for housing? Well, housing costs in this province have never been more expensive than they are today, in recorded history. This government brags about reducing the cost of MSP for people and families, but it's less than half of the increase that they've endured in rent in 1 calendar year in British Columbia. So boast all you want about plans, but they're not having an effect on the prices of housing. Mr. Speaker, noting the hour, I'd like to reserve my opportunity to come back and speak to the House. Oh, and I'd also like to move for adjournment.
Of the debate.
Of the debate.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader. Members, you heard the motion. Again, all those in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, February 22nd.